It's the global, well, actually, let me just do this layout. This layout is better. There we go. So today is the global day of action where Iranians, outside of occupied Iran, of course. So Iranians in the diaspora are gathering in front of US embassies and US consulates all around the world in order to show their appreciation for President Trump in the United States, but also to send a very clear signal that we do not want any appeasement with the Islamic regime and that we want President Trump to finish the job because we want the regime to go. Now, I have a feeling that there is more going on behind the scenes than what meets the eye. Because I'm looking at the news of the negotiations, and it's just very bizarre. It's very strange. I mean, the Islamic regime is saying one thing, and then the United States comes out and then they deny it, and they deny it, and they say, oh, no, that's not the case. That's not what's happening. And one example I can provide, it came up randomly on my feed, where apparently the Islamic regime said that as part of the negotiations, the United States have agreed to unfreeze all of the IRGC's frozen assets. And then an hour later, the United States came out and said, no, there was no such agreement. We have not agreed to unfreeze their assets. So things are a little strange. It's the strangest ceasefire and the strangest negotiation I have ever experienced. So there's a lot of fake news going around, and Armin is going to definitely speak a lot about that when he joins. So Armin's not joining right now. He's going to join probably at his usual time. I myself will probably already be gone by then because I'm also attending one of these rallies. Of course, I'm going to be attending the Ottawa rally. That's where I am right now. So I'm looking forward to seeing a lot of you people there, and I'm very excited, guys. Ottawa is like my hometown, one of my hometowns anyway. So I have a lot of friends in Ottawa, and I'm very excited to go and catch up with the Iranian community in Ottawa because back when I was an MPP. Especially during the Women Life Freedom, the Mahsa Amini demonstrations, I would, they would always invite me and I would always participate. Like from the beginning, I was always there. I would always give, a short speech, and they were just so amazing. So very looking forward very much to going and, seeing all my friends and reconnecting with everyone. So that's happening for me later today, which is why I'm not going to be here for the full show. The show will probably end a bit early, probably when Armin goes to his discussion group. But don't worry, guys. Tomorrow we're going to resume our regularly scheduled program. But that's why I'm here now, and I'm starting the show early. Because I did want to, of course, see all of you and give you guys some updates. So, let's start by sharing this message from President Trump. This just came out from the White House about 30 minutes ago. So let's watch this together. I'm just going to go check my phone. I'll be.
Well, I wish him luck. He's got a big thing. We'll find out what's going on. They're militarily defeated, and now we're going to open up the Gulf with or without them. But that'll be open. We're going to be, or the Strait as they call it, and I think it's going to go pretty quickly. And if it doesn't, we'll be able to finish it off one way or the other. It's going well. The Navy's gone. The Air Force is gone. All anti-aircraft is gone. The leaders are gone. The whole place is gone. So we'll see how it turns out. So it's JD, it's Steve, and Jared. They have a good team, and they meet tomorrow. We'll see how it all works.
You're not going to let them hold the strait, are you? It's international.
No, we're not going to let that. It's international water. If they're doing that, nobody knows if they're doing that. But if they're doing that, we're not going to let that.
What would a good deal look like for you?
No nuclear weapons. Number one. You know, I think it's already been regime change, but we never had that as a criteria. No nuclear weapons. That's 99% of it.
Strait of Hormuz as well?
Yeah, but that'll open up automatically. Yeah, the answer is yes, but the strait will open up. If we just left, the strait's going to, otherwise they make no money. And so the strait's going to open. But what we have is no nuclear weapons, but we'll open the strait anyway. Don't forget, we don't use the strait. Other countries use the strait. So we do have other countries coming up, and they'll help out, but we don't use it. It won't be easy. It won't be. I would say this: we will have that open fairly soon.
What's your backup plan? What's your backup plan if it's going to kill them?
You don't need a backup plan. We have the military is defeated. Their military is gone. They have, we've degraded just about everything. They have very few missiles. They have very little manufacturing capability. We've hit them hard. Our military is amazing, the job they've done.
Sorry, so is this a one and done talk, or are you open to more talks after this, depending on what
I don't know. I can't tell you. I have to see what happens tomorrow. They've been talking for 47 years with other presidents, and we're not doing much talking. Thank you very much.
Oh, did you catch that part? Oh my gosh, guys, that's really important. So President Trump, he just said they've been talking to other presidents for 47 years. We're not doing much talking, right? So guys, this sort of feeds into my theory that all these negotiations that are happening, it's basically still like President Trump has made it very clear that he only wants unconditional surrender, right? He only wants unconditional surrender. And so that's why he's saying we're not doing much talking, because the terms haven't really changed, right? The cards are in the hands of the United States, right? The Islamic regime, they have no bargaining chips. They have absolutely nothing. And with all the fake news back and forth, right? President Trump, like Armin was saying yesterday, President Trump he's just kind of watching the Islamic regime crumble from the inside and collapse internally. And when President Trump says regime change is not the objective, that's not a bad thing. Like, that's actually a good thing, right? Because if President Trump comes out and says, yes, we want regime change, that takes away from the legitimacy of Iranians in occupied Iran who have been trying to overthrow the regime for the last 47 years, right? So don't be surprised when President Trump says regime change isn't our goal, because it shouldn't be the goal of the United States. It shouldn't be the goal of Israel. Regime change is something that should be determined by the Iranian people themselves, right? And the Iranian people have already said that, we want regime change, we want revolution, we want the eradication of the Islamic regime, and we want His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi to lead the transition from an Islamic dictatorship to a functioning secular democratic society. If President Trump comes out and says, yes, the United States goal is regime change, then that is going to damage the cause, right? That's going to damage and discredit the Iranian people. Why? Because now you're going to have the woke left, the Democrats, the jihadis, the Islamists, the communists, whoever, they're going to come out and say, see, this revolution is fake. This revolution is not something that the Iranian people want. So that's why President Trump is being very, very clear. He's saying regime change is not our goal, right? Now, President Trump is, of course, very smart. He's very well informed. He knows the situation on the ground. President Trump knows that Iranians want regime change. President Trump knows that back on January 8 and 9, Iranians tried to overthrow the regime. And what happened was that over 45,000 innocent, unarmed Iranians were slaughtered in 2 days alone. Of course, way more than that since. So President Trump already knows that the eventual outcome of weakening the Islamic regime will be regime change. The eventual outcome of weakening the Islamic regime will basically give the Iranian people an opportunity to finally overthrow this brutal Islamic dictatorship, which Iranians cannot do on their own because they're unarmed. And, as we've shown you in a lot of previous videos, the Islamic regime has now brought in terrorist proxy forces from Iraq. They've brought in the Hashd-e-Shabi. They've brought in terrorist proxy forces from Afghanistan, the Fatimiyun. They've brought in terrorist proxy forces from Pakistan, from Syria. They brought in Hezbollah from Lebanon, right? So all of these foreign terrorist militia groups right now are in occupied Iran, and they're fully armed, and they're basically they're fully armed, and they're basically ready to shoot and murder Iranians. So what President Trump is doing right now is leveling the playing field. And, something that Armin and I have spoken about as well is the fact that we're seeing more and more fractures inside of the IRGC. Apparently now there's like 4 different factions, right? And they're all calling for, the heads of each other. So let me see if I can find something for you. And then we're going to go to some footage from the rallies. So let's see if I can find this one here. So let's find one. So most of you have already seen these videos, right? But like here's one, for example. Is there one? Let's see. Sorry, guys, I have a little bit of a different setup here, and so I don't have like my usual monitor there to like help me get things all planned and ready to go. But okay, so like here's one. Okay, so here's like an analysis from the account, the Iran Watcher, which is pretty good. Like this account, definitely recommend people following that account. But so let me just read their analysis for you. Deep rift inside Iran's regime over US negotiations. Senior officials are clashing over who will lead talks with the US in Islamabad. This is from yesterday. IRGC chief Ahmad Vahidi is moving to limit the roles of Ghalibaf and Araghchi. He is pushing to insert Zolqadr into the delegation, facing internal resistance. IRGC figures are drawing red lines, refusing any talks on Iran's missile program. The IRGC is openly opposing negotiations over Iran's nuclear and missile capabilities, insisting Lebanon be included in any ceasefire deal and framing any compromise as capitulation. That divide is now spilling onto the streets, where regime supporters are calling out Ghalibaf for treachery. Tensions at the top are escalating. President Pezeshkian has already accused IRGC commanders of acting unilaterally, derailing ceasefire efforts and pushing Iran toward catastrophe. In a post-Khamenei landscape marked by uncertainty around Mojtaba Khamenei's condition and prolonged absence from public view, power is increasingly shifting toward full IRGC military control as internal fractures deepen within the Islamic Republic. So as you can see, this is that's Vahidi, right? This is the IRGC chief Vahidi, and apparently he's clashing with Ghalibaf. Ghalibaf is the he's a former IRGC commander, and then he retired, and then he became like a parliament speaker. So there's like internal clashes right now, and there's some tension, right? And then here you can see the ceasefire, right? So people are still like angry. All right, like watch this.
امروز دوباره خبر اومده تایید شده آقای قالیباف کجا رفته اسلام آباد مذاکره آقای قالیباف تو هر چی داری تو این مملکت صدقه سر رهبر شهید ماست تو صدقه خور آقای ما بودی یعنی لعنت به تو اگر بخوای خونه آقای ما رو پایمال کنی آی مردم در آخر جمله آقای ما آقای شهید مهدی عبدالله گفت الا ابن الدعی ابن الدعی ای مردم این حرامزاده پسر حرامزاده قد رکت بین اثنتین من رو بین دو راه قرار داده بین سلت و ذلت بین مرگ و ذلت و حیات بین ذلت.
So as you can see, a lot of the Iranian, like Islamic, well, not Iran, but the Islamic regime supporters are not happy about the ceasefire or the negotiations, right? They basically are convinced that the Islamic regime can destroy the United States, and so they're very angry about this. And this is actually why I think President Trump agreed to like a 2-week ceasefire, for negotiations, because President Trump probably had very good intelligence to show that there are rifts and there are fractures within the IRGC. And the longer, I don't know how long, but right now in the last few days, especially since these negotiations have started, the internal fighting within the IRGC has gotten worse. In fact, it's escalating, right? Like these people are angry, they're going after one another, and this is psychological warfare as well. And President Trump is seeing the enemy collapsing internally. And this is pretty much helping to weaken the Islamic regime, right? So this is actually a very, very smart and genius strategy from the Americans. Now, today is the global day of action for Iranians. So I want to share footage with you. There's a lot more coming out, but I want to start here. So this is Iranians in Melbourne rallied against the Islamic Republic on Saturday, April 11, following a call by Prince Reza Pahlavi, according to videos sent to Iran International. So let's watch this one.
Free internet! Free internet! Free internet! Free internet! Free internet! Free internet! Free internet!
So Payande Iran means long live Iran. So the first chant was in English. Like the first two were in English. The first one was something, and then mullahs are killing in Iran. So the first one, they were just saying that mullahs are still killing killing people in Iran. And then the next one was free internet, because of course the internet has been cut off since February 28th. So I think today is day 43. Yeah. So today is 43 days that the Islamic regime has shut off the internet, silencing the voices of 90 million Iranians from the outside world. And so this is the longest in history that any government, and I use the term government loosely because it's an occupying force, it's a dictatorship, but this is the longest that anyone anywhere has shut down the internet on purpose and cut off the voice of 90 million Iranians, which is why these outside rallies are so important, right? Because right now it's our responsibility to be the voice of people in occupied Iran.
Free internet! Free internet! Free internet!
So Payande Iran means long live Iran. So here they're saying down with the three corrupt mullahs, lefties like the communist socialists, and the Mujahid, MEK. Okay. So there's one. So that's in Melbourne, Australia. Okay, let me get you some news. I mean, I'll share news about the talks, but honestly, there's so much going on. I don't know what's real and what isn't, because the regime is putting out so much fake news. But Iran International posted, Iran's negotiating team held a meeting at the venue of the talks ahead of discussions with the United States, Iranian state media reported. Iranian state television had earlier said the delegation was meeting Pakistan's prime minister and would discuss a proposed plan with details of any talks with the U.S. to be determined afterwards. Okay, so I guess the negotiations haven't even started yet. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance held a bilateral meeting with Pakistan's prime minister on Saturday, the White House said, ahead of expected talks with Iran. Okay, so the talks haven't even started yet. Okay. Sorry, what? I don't see what's happening here. Okay. Sorry. Anyways, let me just reread this. So, U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance held bilateral meeting with Pakistan's prime minister on Saturday, the White House said, ahead of expected talks with Iran. The U.S. delegation also included Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, while Pakistan's side included Interior Minister Mohsin Naqvi and Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar. Okay, so this is interesting. This is what I mean when I say there's a lot of fake news going around. So 5 hours ago, and it's not just Iran International, a lot of media outlets posted this. So 5 hours ago, the news came out that, apparently the Islamic regime claimed that the United States has agreed to release Iran's frozen assets held in Qatar and other foreign banks. A senior Iranian source told Reuters. First of all, who in the heck would ever believe a senior Iranian, right? Iranian basically means Islamic regime. Like, why is anyone taking the word of the Islamic regime? They lie. If their lips are moving, they're lying. So look at this. So the Islamic regime put out this fake news about the negotiations and said the U.S. has agreed to release Iran's frozen assets. The source said the move was a test of goodwill and a sign of seriousness about a durable peace deal. It added that the asset unfreeze was directly linked to ensuring safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz ahead of any agreement. However, literally, 1 hour after that, so 1 hour after the Islamic regime, a source within the Islamic regime said that the US has agreed to unfreeze the IRGC's assets, the US responded and said the United States has not agreed to release any frozen assets belonging to Iran, a senior US official told CBS News, rebutting earlier media reports. The official said negotiations had not yet begun and no agreements had been discussed. Do you see, guys? Do you see how, I don't know what strategy the Islamic regime is playing at here, but this is insane. Is someone specifically and purposely trying to what's what I'm looking for? Is someone, I feel like someone within the IRGC is just trying to sabotage the negotiation. Guys, the negotiations haven't even started yet. So how are they even saying that the United States agreed to release frozen assets that belong to the IRGC, right? Guys, don't ever trust a source from the Islamic regime. So this is insane to me. This is absolutely wild that the media actually went with a report from the Islamic regime without waiting for confirmation from from the United States. Okay, someone's telling me to check out Marco Rubio. Okay, let's see what Marco Rubio has said. Okay, that's great news. That's great news. Thank you for sharing that. But I'm focusing on the ceasefire right now. Okay, I'll share this really quickly. But yeah, this is great news as well. Okay, so Secretary Marco Rubio is kicking out more people affiliated with the IRGC, which is excellent. We actually spoke about this guy on the show a few days ago. So Masume Ibtekar, known as Screaming Mary, was the spokeswoman for the Islamic terrorists who stormed the US Embassy in Tehran in 1979 and held 52 Americans hostage for 444 days. Subjecting them to beatings, starvation, and mock executions. In 2014, the Obama administration granted visas to her son and his family to enter the United States. In June of 2016, the Obama administration gave them lawful permanent resident status via the Diversity Immigrant Visa Program. This week, I terminated their lawful permanent resident status, and today, Sayed Isa Hashemi, Maryam Tahmasebi, and their son are now in the custody of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, pending their removal from our country. Great news. That's fantastic. Her family should never have been allowed to benefit from the extraordinary privilege of living in our country. America can never become home for anti-American terrorists or their families, and under the Trump administration, it never will. This is amazing news. Thank you. That is excellent. So I'm glad that more and more IRGC affiliated people are being kicked out of the United States. They should not live there, nor should their children. These are the people that turned Iran into a 7th century Islamic hellhole governed by Sharia law back in 1979. So they should live there with their children. So, okay, I'm going to go back to Iran International because I want to share some of the breaking news here. So, U.S. President Donald Trump said on Saturday that large numbers of empty oil tankers were heading to the United States to load crude and gas. Massive numbers of completely empty oil tankers, some of the largest anywhere in the world, are heading right now to the United States to load up with the best and sweetest oil and gas anywhere in the world. We have more oil than the next two largest oil economies combined and higher quality. We are waiting for you. Quick turnaround, he said in a post on Truth Social. Actually, I should probably go to Truth Social because President Trump has some important updates as well. So this is his most recent Truth Social. He says, the fake news media has lost total credibility, not that they had any to begin with. Because of their massive Trump derangement syndrome, sometimes referred to as TDS, they love saying that Iran is winning, when in fact, everyone knows that they are losing and losing big. Their Navy is gone, their Air Force is gone, their anti-aircraft apparatus is non-existent, radar is dead, their missile and drone factories have been largely obliterated, along with the missiles and drones themselves, and most importantly, their longtime leaders are no longer with us. Praise be to Allah. Oh my gosh. Okay, I was not expecting that. Oh my gosh, Armin's gonna love this. Oh my gosh, Armin's going, I wish Armin was here. He would die laughing at this. Oh my gosh, see, do you see how President Trump is still trolling the Islamic regime? Oh my gosh. Most importantly, their longtime leaders are no longer with us. Praise be to Allah. Oh my God. Sorry, that caught me off guard. Oh my gosh, that caught me off guard. Yeah, I was not expecting it. Oh my gosh. Here I am just like reading it so serious and I'm just, oh my gosh. Wow. Okay. My God. Jeez. Okay. Okay. I got this. Their Navy is gone, their Air Force is gone, their anti-aircraft apparatus is non-existent, radar is dead, their missile and drone factories have been largely obliterated, along with the missiles and drones themselves, and most importantly, their longtime leaders are no longer with us. Praise be to Allah. The only thing they have going is the threat that a ship may bunk into one of their sea mines, which, by the way, all 28 of their mine dropper boats are also lying at the bottom of the sea. We're now starting the process of clearing out the Strait of Hormuz as a favor to countries all over the world, including China, Japan, South Korea, France, Germany, and many others. Incredibly, they don't have the courage or will to do this work themselves. Very interestingly, however, empty oil-carrying ships from many nations are all heading to the United States of America to load up with oil. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Donald J. Trump. Okay. Armin's gonna like that one. Armin is gonna like that one. I have a feeling that, yeah. Oh my gosh. Was not expecting that. Okay. Heading to Virginia. Guys, this is important. Look at this. I am watching fertilizer prices closely during our fight for freedom in Iran. Do you see this? Fight for freedom in Iran. Do you know what that means? Fight for freedom. Do you see how he just put this random Easter egg in a post about fertilizer? Right? Fight for freedom in Iran. Guys, what do you think that means? Fight for freedom in Iran. There's no need for President Trump to say fight for freedom in Iran. But do you see, like, this is why I think that there is more happening behind the scenes right? There are plans within plans within plans. And what does freedom in Iran mean? Freedom in Iran means freedom from the Islamic regime. It means freedom for the Iranian people. So, right? Like this is why you have to look at the whole picture, right? You have to look at it holistically. And he's also making it clear. It's during our fight for freedom in Iran, which means the fight's not over yet, right? Right now, like President Trump is confirming that right now we're still in the fight for freedom in Iran, except the fight is taking a different, it's a different angle right now. It's a different approach, right? The fight right now is psychological warfare. Wait. Sorry, guys. Okay, guys, I'll be back in 1 moment.
غرق انقلاب است. کشور ما، تاریخ ما در سینگر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر، هن ای پسر، برخیز و باماش و همگام، درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در آب. بگذار هر دم ببرند گرگ‌ها در لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر، ای برزگر، راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. خلق‌ها به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی، تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی. تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از غرب بالین و کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم. نه خارجی، نه بیگانه، نه مستشارهای ویرانی، نه چیر خاران، نه کاسه لیسان، فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. ما با شرافت میهنی بسازیم بهر فرزندان خویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. مردان بیایید داخل صف ما اکنون که آغاز رویاست. دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم، بعد از ما هم ایران ها برجاست. آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. پرچم ما، پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان. روی شانه هامان حمل می‌کنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان. تا ماسک دلقکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.
Okay, guys, we're back from our quick commercial break. Bapish, bapish, bapish. Fantastic song. Okay, so let's continue. Where were we? Yes, we were on President Trump's Truth Social post, which, like I was saying, is very interesting. Very interesting because why would, like, look at this. He's saying, I'm watching fertilizer prices closely during our fight for freedom in Iran. Fight for freedom in Iran. So he's basically confirming that he wants freedom for the Iranian people. The fight is ongoing, right? But listen, no. So I get that he is saying this to calm the farmers down. I understand that, but I'm more interested in the wording, right? Like he's saying during our fight for freedom in Iran. That's the phrasing here, right? Because he could have said something, he could have just as easily said, during our fight to, make sure Iran never has a nuclear bomb or something, right? Like he could have said, during our fight to make sure to destroy the IRGC's nuclear capabilities or something like that. So it's guys, it's less about the fertilizer prices and more about the wording. Like, guys, this is what I'm talking about, the wording. Like, why did he say fight for freedom in Iran, right? That's what we need to be paying attention to here. So, because he could have said something else. He could have said during our military operation, right? He said during our military strikes. He could have said something like that, but he did not. So, you have to read between the lines here. Yeah, like he could have, exactly, and Sidhu is right. Like President Trump could have easily said during Epic Fury operations, right? During Epic Fury operations. He could have said that, but he didn't. He specifically chose to say fight for freedom in Iran. So something is going on. Something is going on. And I think President Trump is in a good mood because that, the fact that he said praise be to Allah again a second time, that completely caught me off guard. But yeah, that was definitely interesting. Okay, did we do the fake news media? Yeah. Oh, wow, he just posted something new. Okay, oh wow, yeah, he just posted something new. Look at this. The fake news media is crazy. Like he posted this 7 minutes ago. The fake news media is crazy or just plain corrupt. The United States has completely destroyed Iran's military, including their entire Navy and Air Force and everything else. Their leadership is dead. The Strait of Hormuz will soon be open and the empty ships are rushing to the United States to load up. But if you listen to the fake news, we're losing. President Donald J. Trump. Okay. Let me go to some super chats really quickly. Agent Anderson says, thanks for fixing my account this week, Javicha. Thank you. You're welcome. I'm sorry. I had no idea, literally have no idea what happened there, but I'm glad your account is working again. Javicha, thank you. William Mongrain 6544 says, this is a US military. We have 10 backup plans we won't tell anyone about, so don't bother asking. Yeah, 100%, I agree. Like, I don't understand why the media keeps on asking President Trump about their military plans and operations. Like, it makes no sense. Like, why would President Trump give away the strategy or the plans, right? Guys, look what I have. I have some bacon, and it's like extra crispy. It's really good. Salty though. Okay. So here's another post from William. I think this relates to, oh yeah, the other one, the Praise Be to Allah post. Yeah. This tweet was so long and epic that someone made a Star Wars style scrolling text intro out of it. Really? Oh my gosh, that's really funny. Mark of reality. Fertilizer is a petroleum-based product. Yes, it is. The major actual. Sulfur oil is the main source of sulfur in the world right now, and a lot of Asian sulfur prices come via the Persian Gulf. Is Supreme Vegetable Mujtaba still alive? Flying Robot Duck is asking. So, to the best of my knowledge and understanding, we have been told that he is alive, insofar as he's probably in a coma and severely injured and disfigured. So I have a feeling that he's just maybe brain dead. I mean, I don't know. Who knows? He could be alive, but it's very strange because we haven't seen him or heard him or anything. All we're seeing is like AI generated images and videos of him. At Softcont, Javicha and Goldie, please don't block my super chats. That's not me. That's actually a YouTube feature. I don't know why YouTube does that, because sometimes, like when I try to send super chats to other people, it doesn't go through either. So that's not me. I'm not blocking anything. It's a YouTube thing. So guys, if you're sending messages or if you're trying to send super chats and it doesn't go through, that's not me. That's YouTube. For some reason, they're identifying what you're saying as spam. I don't understand it. I don't know what's going on, but I have the same issues as well when I try to send super chats on other people's like during other people's live streams. So it's not me. I apologize for that. I have nothing to apologize for, but it's not me. So but believe me, I get the frustration because like sometimes I'm trying to send someone. Yeah, this is a thing. Like YouTube blocks super chats with certain words in them. So it's not me. I'm sorry, guys. It's not me. Yeah, YouTube is strange that way. Like sometimes when I want to put something in my own live stream chat, like the message doesn't go through. So I don't get that. I apologize, guys. Yeah. Okay. So this was President Trump's most recent Truth Social post. And then I just read this one. Okay. So we just read the fertilizer one. Okay, here's another one. So this is one from 8:58. Wow. Okay, so this is another one. President Trump is just going off on Truth Social. So this was from about 2.5 hours ago. The fake news media has lost credibility. Oh no, wait, this is the same one. I think he just reposted this one. Okay. What's going on now? Fake news media. Total. Yeah. Okay. So he retruthed that. That's what it is. Okay. Heading to Virginia. We read that one too. Okay. So this is something that he confirmed here. He's saying, very cool seeing the wave of empty tankers heading to the US to pick up some desperately needed crude for Hormuz-starved markets. All the tankers on the map below are empty VLCCs, currently heading for the US Gulf Coast. And then President Trump posted that picture, and he said, great. Okay. So those are some of the most recent posts from President Trump. Now let's go back to the global day of action. You know, Iranians around the world are not protesting. Remember, we're not protesting. We're peacefully rallying in front of US embassies and consulates to show our appreciation for President Trump going after the Islamic regime, but also to make it very clear that, you know, we don't want appeasement. We don't want the Islamic regime to survive. We want President Trump to finish the job, to destroy the Islamic regime, so that we can then, you know, overthrow the Islamic regime and reclaim our country. So that's what this is. It's not like an angry protest or anything like that. It's like a rally. It's like an appreciation, but it's also to, you know, just reiterate the message. And the reason we're doing this is because you have a lot of Democrats or like the jihadis or the communists or whatever, even like Keir Starmer. Like there are some politicians who are trying to now say that, oh, we need to appease the regime. We need to work with them to come up with like a diplomatic solution. The only diplomatic solution that we Iranians are interested in is unconditional surrender, right? Unconditional surrender, lay down your arms. That's the only diplomatic solution that we're interested in. Other than that, we want them eradicated from the face of the earth. For people who have just joined, yes. So I actually started the live stream much earlier today because you know, have a different schedule today. So I'm here for a couple of hours. I actually have to leave in about 45 minutes. And then Armin's going to join whenever he can. And then he'll just have to continue the live stream on his own. That's because I myself will be attending one of the international, one of the rallies for, you know, the International Day of Action. So that's why we're on a bit of a different schedule. But tomorrow we will go back to our usual schedule. Okay, so here is Iranians in South Korea and Japan hold rallies near U.S. embassies. So let's watch this together.
What do we want? Regime change in Iran. What do we want? Regime change in Iran. What do we want? Regime change.
ایرانیای مقاوم کره جنوبی با اینکه تعدادشون زیاد نیست، ما هر هفته جمع میشیم و این هفته هم اومدیم
مثل هر هفته‌های گذشته اینجا جمع شدیم تا حمایت خودمون رو نشون بدیم و صدای مردم ایران باشیم.
آقای پرزیدنت ترامپ، ملت ایران مسیر خود را برای آزادی انتخاب کرده است. ما خواستار آن هستیم که دولت ایالات متحده آمریکا این واقعیت را به رسمیت بشناسد و گفتگو با شاهزاده رضا پهلوی را به عنوان نماینده اراده ملی ایران در دستور کار قرار دهد. ما از ایستادگی شما در کنار مردم ایران قدردانی می‌کنیم و اطمینان داریم که در ایران فردا ایالات متحده و اسرائیل از نزدیکترین متحدان ملت ما خواهند بود.
My mic was muted. That's the we call him the Iranian samurai. He speaks like perfect Japanese.
امروز 11 آوریل شنبه ما ایرانیان مقیم ژاپن توکیو همگی اینجا جلوی مقابل سفارت.
Oh, look at that. There's also like some Japanese people there who are supporting the Iranians. I see some in the back. Oh, look at that guy. Oh, that's so nice of him. Honestly, it's so amazing to see non-Iranians join us at our rallies and gatherings and support us in our fight for freedom. Really means a lot. It really means a lot. So thank you everyone for, everyone who's joining, everyone who's supporting, even those of you who don't like join physically, but who are online, who are helping to share the message, spread the word, be our voice. It means a lot to us. So thank you. Thank you.
ما ایرانیان مقیم ژاپن توکیو همگی اینجا جلوی مقابل سفارت امریکا جمع شدیم تا صدای مردم خاموش ایران باشیم. به فراخوان شاهزاده رضا پهلوی تا صدامون رو به جهان من جمله ترامپ برسونیم و ازشون بخوایم که مردم رو تنها نذارن، همونطور که از اول گفتن و خواستن که رژیم رو تا ساقط شدن ادامه بدن.
میخوام مردم ایران بگم که ما اینجاییم، از شما دوریم ولی دلمون پیش شماست. هر خونی که از شما میرزه ما اینجا با شما میمیریم، زنده میشیم.
Freedom for Iran!
Oh, look at that. They're saying, oh, that's so, look at that. This warms my heart.
ما اینجا با شما میمیریم، زنده میشیم.
Freedom for Iran! Justice for Iran!
40 روز هستش که در ایران اینترنت قطعه و ما واقعا خبری نداریم از هم میهنانمون، از عزیزانی که زیر ماشین کشتار این جمهوری اسلامی دارن اعدام میشن. ما خبری نداریم از بچه‌هامون و ما خواستار این هستیم که این جمهوری اسلامی هر چه زودتر تسلیم بشه و از کشور ما بره بیرون، چون ایرانی نیستن، باید برن ایران، باید برن بیرون از ایران.
با هم این راه و با اتحاد و همکاری ادامه بدیم. حتما به وحدت ایران آرزوی
There we go. So that was in Tokyo and Seoul, South Korea and Japan. And then, so now here is Austria. So all these are happening today in different parts of the world. So here's the rally in Austria.
Aber ich gehe doch hoffentlich davon aus, dass auch über Freiheit gesprochen wird, dass darüber gesprochen wird, dass endlich dieses Terrorregime tun, was es kann, natürlich auch mit den Freundinnen und Freunden verschiedener Parteien hier in Österreich zusammenzuarbeiten. Sie wissen, dass ich mit allen zusammenarbeiten möchte, die für Freiheit in Iran sind. Und dann werden wir diesen schwierigen Weg, und das wäre natürlich uns interessant, das ist kein schwieriger Weg, das ist selbstverständlich, das ist ein schwieriger Weg.
داشتشون میذاره روی ماشه زندگی نور نمیره زیر سایه ترس آزادی اما جدا نمیشه مثل پاره.
Okay, so that was in Austria. There's more footage coming in as well. Let's see what else I can find here for you guys. Okay, here's Copenhagen.
Back! 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 Shut down Islamic Republic Embassy! Shut down Islamic Republic Embassy!
So they're saying shut down Islamic Republic Embassy.
Shut down Islamic Republic Embassy! Shut down Islamic Republic Embassy!
Go! 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 Alternative for Iran! Alternative for Iran!
So they're saying alternative for Iran, Reza Pahlavi.
Iran! Alternative for Iran! Change in Iran! Regime change in Iran! Change in Iran! Regime change in Iran! Change in Iran! Regime change in Iran!
Back! Back! Back!
Okay, so that was Copenhagen. Okay, we did Austria. All right. Let's see. Oh my gosh. This is so funny. This is the Ayatollah. Oh my gosh. This is so funny. Wait, let me save this. Let me save this. This is so funny. So funny. The Ayatollah. That's a dangerous place for him to be, though, because like he could if the water hits him, that would not be good. Wouldn't he, like, I don't know, melt or something? Okay. I don't know. All right, guys. I'm going to share with you my interview from earlier this morning. So a couple of hours ago, before I started my live stream, I actually did a live news interview with Newsmax. So let me just pull up that video, and we can watch that together. I'm still waiting for the like the official clip. So it's just basically the screen recording. So the audio is going to be a little bit off, but here you guys go. This I spoke a little bit about my thoughts of the ceasefire and the negotiations, and kind of what's going on behind the scenes. And it was a pretty good panel. All right, here we go, guys. Are you guys ready? You all let your guard down. There you go. You guys let your guard down.
Degraded just.
But here you go. Here's the actual. Here's the actual clip. All right. I have the actual news clip.
About everything. They have very few missiles. They have very little manufacturing capability. We've hit them hard.
At this hour, Vice President J.D. Vance, along with Special Envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, and the president's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, meeting with Iranian delegates for talks in Islamabad, Pakistan. So who holds the cards in this war with Iran, and what is realistic? Let's continue our discussion with Iranian-born human rights activist Goldie Gamari and former IDF Special Operations Commander Kempel. Doran, I'd like to start with you. The president says that they have been degraded. We've sunk their navy, and that we've made tremendous strides militarily, but the strait is still closed. What do you think we should anticipate come out of these discussions today in Islamabad?
Thank you, Tom. First of all, we should not expect that anything will be concluded in one day.
Right.
Secondly, if we take a step back, there was a tactical aim for this war. It has been achieved, and that is eradicating the Iranian military, postponing the cancer that Iran is by about 5 years, but knowing that they will reconstitute with the help of China, Russia, and the oil that they have. The major goal, or the strategic goal, was possibly regime change. It appears that President Trump, having accomplished the tactical goal, is giving negotiations a chance. And U.S. does have the leverage. So tactically, in the short term, the Straits of Hormuz are closed. But remember, the U.S. military is still there. And if the Iranians do not achieve the deal that the president wants, then there will be ground forces. Straits of Hormuz will be conquered. They will be opened. And then the regime itself will be eradicated, and there will be a regime change. So this is an opportunity for the Iranians to reach a deal with the United States. The U.S. has the cards, assuming that the Iranian regime wants to survive and thinks beyond these 2 weeks that can end up just being a timeout, Tom.
I want to bring in now former Brigadier General in the United States Army and former Assistant Secretary of State for Military and Political Affairs, Mark Kimmett. He's joining us. General, you have stated that Iran seems to have sort of successfully diverted the U.S. from some of its original war goals. Talk to us about why you believe that is, and what you expect to happen coming out of Islamabad.
Well, first of all, it's important to understand two things. Number one, neither regime change nor opening the Strait of Hormuz were the United States' objectives in this war.
Mm-hmm.
The objectives in this war were to end the nuclear program of Iran, to end the ballistic missile program of Iran, and to end the regional proxies that have been so disastrous in the region. Unfortunately, because Iranians were able to divert us from those objectives to a total focus now on the Strait of Hormuz, I don't believe we're negotiating for the right thing. And I also don't believe we're going to put ground troops inside of Iran to take the Strait of Hormuz.
Hey, okay, guys. So I actually just got the clip. I just got the Newsmax clip. So let me download this because this is like a higher quality version. And then I will share this one instead with you guys. All right.
You don't need a backup plan. We have the military is defeated. Their military is gone. They have, we've degraded just about everything. They have very few missiles. They have very little manufacturing capability. We've hit them hard.
At this hour, Vice President J.D. Vance, along with Special Envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, and the President's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, meeting with Iranian delegates for talks in Islamabad, Pakistan. So who holds the cards in this war with Iran, and what is realistic? Let's continue our discussion with Iranian-born human rights activist Goldie and former IDF Special Operations Commander Doran Kemple. Doran, I'd like to start with you. The president says that they have been degraded. We've sunk their navy, and that we've made tremendous strides militarily, but the strait is still closed. What do you think we should anticipate come out of these discussions today in Islamabad?
Thank you, Tom. First of all, we should not expect that anything will be concluded in one day.
Right.
Secondly, if we take a step back, there was a tactical aim for this war. It has been achieved, and that is eradicating the Iranian military and postponing the cancer that Iran is by about 5 years, but knowing that they will reconstitute with the help of China, Russia, and the oil that they have. The major goal, or the strategic goal, was possibly regime change. It appears that President Trump, having accomplished the tactical goal, is giving negotiations a chance. And U.S. does have the leverage. So tactically, in the short term, the Straits of Hormuz are closed. But remember, the U.S. military is still there. And if the Iranians do not achieve the deal that the president wants, then there will be ground forces. The Straits of Hormuz will be conquered. They will be opened. And then the regime itself will be eradicated, and there will be a regime change. So this is an opportunity for the Iranians to reach a deal with the United States. The U.S. has the cards, assuming that the Iranian regime wants to survive and thinks beyond these 2 weeks that can end up just being a timeout, Tom.
I want to bring in now former Brigadier General in the United States Army and former Assistant Secretary of State for Military and Political Affairs, Mark Kimmett. He's joining us. General, you have stated that Iran seems to have sort of successfully diverted the U.S. from some of its original war goals. Talk to us about why you believe that is, and what you expect to happen coming out of Islamabad.
Well, first of all, it's important to understand two things. Number one, neither regime change nor opening the Strait of Hormuz were the United States' objectives in this war.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the thing, like when he says regime change was not an objective of the United States, like I agree, yes, regime change is not and should not be an objective of the United States, because regime change is something that the Iranian people have to do. So to me, it's just really frustrating that people constantly say, well, you know, regime change was never an objective. Yeah, duh, of course it wasn't an objective, because it's not up to the United States to do that. Right. And then when you have like these, like not this gentleman, right? Like I'm not speaking about him, but it's just like when you have like the you know, like woke lefties or the Democrats or whatever, and they're like, well, if regime change was the goal, it didn't get there. Well, first of all, you don't know that. You don't know what's happening, right? Regime change doesn't happen overnight. And second of all, regime change is not the official public goal of the United States, nor has it ever been, right? But look, remember, President Trump's Truth Social post today said that he's focusing on fertilizer or whatever during the fight for freedom in Iran. So I just want to point that out.
The objectives in this war were to end the nuclear program of Iran, to end the ballistic missile program of Iran, and to end the regional proxies that have been so disastrous in the region. Unfortunately, because the Iranians were able to divert us from those objectives to a total focus now on the Strait of Hormuz, I don't believe we're negotiating for the right thing. And I also don't believe we're going to put ground troops inside of Iran to take the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah.
Oh, guys, so for people who are asking where ARMIN is, so we have a different schedule for today. So I started the live stream early because I'm leaving in about, I'm leaving soon. And then Armin's going to show up and he's going to do some live streaming, and then, he's going to end it there. And then I will see all of you guys tomorrow. So it's just a different schedule today. So I had, the choice of not live streaming at all, or just, doing an earlier live stream, and then Armin will take over when he gets here at the usual time. So that's because today is the international day of action for Iranians. So Iranians around the world are gathering in front of various US consulates and embassies to show appreciation for President Trump, and also to encourage President Trump to finish the job and destroy the Islamic regime. So I'm going to be attending one of those rallies myself. So that's why I'm live streaming earlier today, because I won't be here for the rest of the day when I'm gone. But I will be back tomorrow for the usual time.
We certainly don't have near the number of forces capable of doing that, though. Just a quick follow-up to you, General. Why can't, if the
and for people joining in, this is my interview with Newsmax from this morning. So this was just like a couple of hours ago, pretty much before I started the live stream.
President says they've sunk their Navy. I think a lot of people are asking the question, well, why can't we, with our naval forces, open it and then build a coalition to maintain safe passage for the ships there?
Well, two things. I think the major worry is the drone and missile capability, along with the speedboat capability, the armed speedboats that the Iranians have. As we remember, in Yemen, the USS Cole was knocked out by a speedboat loaded with explosives. So I don't think that the United States, because it's a belligerent in this war, can open the Strait of Hormuz without significant military activity. I've always advocated, and I've written about this, bringing in the allies to do this. The allies are non-belligerents. If they do this, then Iran has to make a decision about whether they want to bring Europe and China into the war.
Yeah. Goldie, I want to bring you into this. You and your family left Iran at the start of the Islamic Revolution back in 1979. President Trump this week, he chose to give the Iranians an off-ramp. But as we've been discussing, the strait is not open. Iran is now blackmailing the world with oil blackmail. Do you agree with the president's attempt here to come to some sort of an agreement, or do you agree with the general that that we've sort of now kind of the Iranians have sort of refocused our attention away from what the original objectives were?
I think there's more here that's going on behind the scenes. There's more at play. This is the least, ceasefire I've ever seen. The negotiations don't seem to be going well. Just right now, I saw on X Islamic regime is saying one thing, and then the United States is coming out and denying that happened. So it doesn't seem like negotiations are going well. I think there's something else going on. What I can tell you is that right now, the IRGC has turned into at least 4 different factions, and each faction is going after one another. Right now, there are IRGC supporters inside of occupied Iran who are calling for the head of Arakchi and Ghalibaf because they're angry at these negotiations. So I think there's something else at play. I think President Trump is using these negotiations to further weaken the Islamic regime. And I agree with the general. The United States goal should not be regime change. Regime change is something that the Iranian people themselves will accomplish. However, what the United States and Israel have done and are continuing to do is to level the playing field. President Trump has made it clear the only deal that he is interested in is unconditional surrender. And so we hope that President Trump will continue down this road, either unconditional surrender or total obliteration of the IRGC.
Doran, back to you. Israel has reportedly begun talks with Lebanon, combating Hezbollah, an incredibly important objective along with the other proxies of Iran that have very, very wide tentacles. What do you see happening next with respect to those negotiations? What are your sources telling you?
So we need to remember that Hezbollah is an arm of the IRGC, and if our goal, the mutual goal of the U.S. and Israel, is to limit the ability of Iran to project power, the Hezbollah needs to be there.
Hey! You're on mute.
Oh, hey, hello.
Hi, Armin. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you. Guys, we can finally do our intro. Durud, Patriots. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to day 105 of Iran Revolution Live with your wonderful and amazing host, Mr. Armin Navabi.
And your wonderful and amazing host, Goldie Kamari.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Armin. Welcome. Welcome. Thank you for being here a bit earlier. Really, really do appreciate that. Because I do have to leave in about, I would say, 15, 20 minutes or so. So I really appreciate that.
No worries.
So I'll tell you a little bit of what I kind of went over.
Okay.
Yes. Oh, the chat's telling on me. Yes, I did rickroll the chat right before I played my interview.
Oh my God.
But you know what I'll do? Maybe I'll play this Newsmax interview again from the beginning because I'd love to get your thoughts on just what everyone is saying, and just myself and others as well. So I spoke a little bit about the internal fractions. I spoke about President Trump's Truth Social post because he has been going on and on and on. I spoke about how I think there's something more happening behind the scenes. And there's a lot of conflicting reports coming out. Like apparently 5 or 6 hours ago, the Islamic regime put out a statement, Armin, that the United States has agreed to unfreeze Iran's assets as a sign of goodwill. And then the media went with that. Like everyone was reporting that. And then an hour after, the United States put out a statement saying that's false and we've never agreed to anything. In fact, the negotiations haven't even started yet.
Right. Yes.
Oh, and then President Trump has a new. Oh, yes. Okay, President Trump has an. Okay, I can't tell you. You just have to read it. Okay. Let me. You know what? Let me just share it with you. Oh my gosh, you're gonna. You know what? I'm actually really happy you're here because now, you can laugh at this. Oh my gosh. Okay. Here you go. Let me send you the link. How do I do this? Copy link. You are going to lose your mind at this one. All right, let me send it to you in the private chat here. Studio chat. There you go. Read this.
All right, let me share my screen. and then we drop this. Share screen. There we go. All right. Okay. The fake news media has lost total credibility, not that they had any to begin with, because of their massive Trump derangement syndrome, sometimes referred to as TDS. They love saying that Iran is winning, when in fact everybody knows that they are losing, and losing big. You have to respect the all caps guy. You have to read it properly, right? Their navy is gone, their air force is gone, their anti-aircraft apparatus is non-existent, radar is dead, their missile and drone factories have been largely obliterated, along with the missile and drones themselves, and most importantly, their longtime leaders are no longer with us. Praise be to Allah again! Oh my God! Oh no! Yeah. We're bringing it back. Guys, this is now a thing. We're keeping it. Praise be to Allah. Oh my God. Oh wow, I'm so happy. Praise be to Allah. Okay, guys, we're keeping that. Okay, this is now all right. The only thing they have going is that, oh guys, after all of the media losing their mind, saying this is insulting, he's insulting Islam, he shouldn't do that, he did it again. The only thing they have going is the threat that a ship may bunk into one of their sea mines, which, by the way, all 20 of their mine dropper boats are also lying at the bottom of the sea. We're now starting the process of clearing out the Strait of Hormuz as a favor to countries all over the world, including China, Japan, South Korea, France, Germany, and many others. Incredibly, they don't have the courage or will to do this work themselves. Very interestingly, however, empty oil carrying ships from many nations are all heading to the United States of America to load up with oil. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Fantastic. Oh my God. Wow. Praise be to Allah. All I can say is praise be to Allah. That's my reaction. Praise be to Allah, guys. Guys, put praise be to Allah in the chat.
Oh my God.
Guys, praise Allah in the Subhanallah.
Oh my gosh. See, you know what? I knew you would like that. I knew you would laugh at that. Because when I was reading this, I was like, oh my gosh, I wish Armin was here. So I'm glad that you showed up so that I could
oh my
I
God,
could at least see your expression.
Wow. Oh my God. I think, Goldie, this is going to confuse Muslims all around the world. They're like, what is going on? What's happening? This is real.
There's also something else that President Trump posted. I sent you the link.
Okay.
What do you make of this?
Okay, let's look at.
Also, do you like my new hat?
Trump, make America great again. Yes, fantastic. Oh, and the cute little US flag at the
it's a pink Trump mega hat.
Oh, is it pink? It looks like red from my.
I know.
Really?
It's pink.
Okay. Cute.
Thank you.
Okay. So let's look at this one. I'm watching fertilizer prices closely during our fight for freedom in Iran. The fight for freedom.
See, that's it. It's not about the fertilizer. It's about the fight for freedom in Iran. That was exactly
Whose freedom? The Iranian people. Wow, regime change, guys. Guys, fight for freedom means that we're still going for regime change. Because whose freedom are we talking about?
I don't even think we're going for regime change. Like, I think what President Trump means is revolution, because he's kind of saying like, there's been a change in the regime, but yeah.
No,
okay,
yeah,
so I'm glad you caught that. I'm glad you caught that.
Yeah. So getting rid of the freeing the Iranian people is still the objective. during our fight for freedom in Iran. Wow. Guys, the objective of the military operations is apparently freedom in Iran. Still amazing. Okay.
That's
That's
it.
wow. That's a
That's it.
big
I mean,
deal.
the rest of it is still about like, fertilizer, which is, I mean, it's fine, but that's not really related. But
Yeah. Well,
but I
guys,
thought that was very interesting because he could have easily said, Armin, something like during our, epic fury operations in Iran, right? He could have said during epic fury operations or, or ongoing military action in Iran. Like he could have chosen any other phrase or wording, but he specifically said fight for freedom in Iran in all caps.
Yeah, did you expect that to be confirmed once again in the middle of discussing fertilizer prices, Goldie?
No.
Guys, I'm watching fertilizer prices and our fight for freedom for Iran. And then go back to fertilizer prices again, talking about that. Oh my God. Confirmation that this is about Iran's freedom sandwiched in between fertilizer prices discussions.
Armin, I'm gonna have to leave soon, but before I go, I wanted to share my interview from this morning with Newsmax, and I'd love to get your thoughts on it.
Are you gonna rickroll me?
No.
You're gonna.
No.
Okay.
No. I'm not going to do that. But the thing is, because it's the video, you can also feel free to pause and comment at any time because I'd love to get your thoughts on not just what I say, but what the other people on the panel are saying as well. Like I thought it was a very interesting panel. Well thought out. Obviously like different opinions, but these are the sorts of like panels that I like being on because it's constructive. Different perspectives and everyone's respectful and the other people are obviously like very educated and they know their stuff. So yeah, I'll just play it, but go ahead and pause whenever you want.
Okay, sounds good.
Oh wait, okay, I have to show you I already removed the Ayatollah. Sorry guys. All right, let me bring it up again. All right, so new meme. This is the Ayatollah. Like a toll.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cute. That's amazing. Good.
Yeah.
That's
randomly
genius.
popped up on my X. All right. Okay. Let's go to the actual video now.
You don't need a backup plan. We have the military is defeated. Their military is gone. They have, we've degraded just about everything. They have very few missiles. They have very little manufacturing capability. We've hit them hard.
At this hour, Vice President J.D. Vance, along with Special Envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, and the President's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, meeting with Iranian delegates for talks in Islamabad, Pakistan. So who holds the cards in this war with Iran and what is realistic? Let's continue our discussion with Iranian-born human rights activist Goldie Gamari and former IDF Special Operations Commander Doran Kempel. Doran, I'd like to start with you. The president says that they have been degraded. We've sunk their navy, and that we've made tremendous strides militarily, but the strait is still closed. What do you think we should anticipate come out of these discussions today in Islamabad?
Thank you, Tom. First of all, we should not expect that anything will be concluded in one day.
Right.
Secondly, if we take a step back, there was a tactical aim for this war. It has been achieved, and that is eradicating the Iranian military and postponing the cancer that Iran is by about 5 years, but knowing that they will reconstitute with the help of China, Russia, and the oil that they have. The major goal, or the strategic goal, was possibly regime change. It appears that President Trump, having accomplished the tactical goal, is giving negotiations a chance. And U.S. does have the leverage. So tactically, in the short term, the Straits of Hormuz are closed. But remember, the U.S. military is still there. And if the Iranians do not achieve the deal that the president wants, then there will be ground forces the Straits of Hormuz will be conquered, they will be opened, and then the regime itself will be eradicated and there will be a regime change. So this is an opportunity for the Iranians to reach a deal with the United States. The U.S. has...
Guys, let me know if you agree with me in the chat. I think the main point of all of this is to just, for the Americans to just, the main point, other than the fact that they just caused so much division within the Islamic Republic. But I think the main point is to buy time until, you know, the aircraft carrier group, Boxer and George H.W. Bush arrive. I think that's the main reason for, you know, giving the Islamic Republic another chance is that. Would you guys agree with that? I think that's the main thing. I mean, that has been the case the last time. Like last time we were like, oh no, why are they talking to the Islamic Republic? Stop talking. And we're like, it seems like they're buying time for the aircraft carrier to show up. And then they showed up and then the boom boom start. So now it's basically deja vu. It's happening again. They're like, okay, let's talk again. And we see that the time they gave for the ceasefire discussions is exactly, because last time they were talking, the timeline for the discussions matched perfectly for when the airstrike carrier groups were arriving. And now this time also, it's the exact same. It's basically almost matches the time, the estimated time that it takes for them to show up. So I'm like, is this just like, are we doing the same thing again? What do you guys think?
The cards, assuming that the Iranian regime wants to survive and thinks beyond these 2 weeks that can end up just being a timeout, Tom.
I want to bring in now former Brigadier General in the United States Army and former Assistant Secretary of State for Military and Political Affairs, Mark Kimmett. He's joining us. General, you have stated that Iran seems to have sort of successfully diverted the U.S. from some of its original war goals. Talk to
Armin, just FYI, I'm putting on my mega hat because there's two Goldies on the screen. I don't want people to get confused. That like this is the live Goldie. That other Goldie, that's the earlier pre-recorded Goldie.
I'm sure everybody was completely confused. So thank you. No, people were like, what in the chat? I could see them saying, I have no idea what's happening. So thank you.
Which one's the real Goldie? We don't know. So guys, the Goldie with the hat, this is the real one right now. That one's the imposter Goldie from earlier this morning.
Okay.
Us about why you believe that is, and what you expect to happen coming out of Islamabad.
Well, first of all, it's important to understand two things. Number one, neither regime change nor opening the Strait of Hormuz were the United States' objectives in this war. The objectives in this war were to end the nuclear program of Iran, to end the ballistic missile program of Iran, and to end the regional proxies that have been so disastrous in the region. Unfortunately, because the Iranians were able to divert us from those objectives to a total focus now on the Strait of Hormuz, I don't believe we're negotiating for the right thing. And I also don't believe we're going to put ground troops.
The negotiations are a trick. They're not negotiating. The negotiations are basically fooling the Islamic Republic. They're not negotiating anything.
Inside of Iran to take the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, well, we certainly don't.
Also, like saying that the objectives have changed because we failed to reach the objectives and we have a new objective. We're on day 41. Like, I don't understand why people are coming up with these types of conclusions on day 41. Like, usually, like other military operations sometimes take years. This is such a rushed judgment on what's happening. And you know, it's like if you have a military objective and then in the middle of the military, operations that you have, something an obstacle comes in your way that you have to remove it. You wouldn't say like, oh, they gave up on the old objective and now we have a new objective. It's normal for any war or military operations for once it starts, some obstacles show up in the path and then you remove it so that you could get to the main objective that you started the whole operations for.
Have near the number of forces capable of doing that, though Just a quick follow-up to you, General. Why can't, if the president says they've sunk their Navy, I think a lot of people are asking the question, well, why can't we, with our naval forces, open it and then build a coalition to maintain safe passage for the ships there?
Well, two things. I think the major worry is the drone and missile capability, along with the speedboat capability, the armed speedboats that the Iranians have. As we remember, in Yemen, the USS Cole was knocked out by a speedboat loaded with explosives. So I don't think that the United States, because it's a belligerent in this war, can open the Strait of Hormuz without significant military activity. I've always advocated, and I've written about this, bringing in the allies to do this. The allies are non-belligerents. If they do this, then Iran has to make a decision about whether they want to bring Europe and China into the war.
Yeah. Goldie, I want to bring you into this. You and your family left.
The fake Goldie, this imposter woman, is not going to speak. Boo, imposter. Okay.
Iran at the start of the
That's the old me. That's the old me.
Oh, okay. You called her an imposter, so we're against her.
Okay.
Revolution back in 1979. President Trump this week, you know, he chose to give the Iranians an off-ramp. But as we've been discussing, the strait is not open. Iran is now blackmailing the world with oil blackmail. Do you agree with the president's attempt here to come to some sort of an agreement, or do you agree with the general that that we've sort of now kind of the Iranians have sort of refocused our attention away from what the original objectives were?
You know, I think there's more here that's going on behind the scenes. There's more at play. This is the least, you know, ceasefire I've ever seen. The negotiations don't seem to be going well. You know, just right now, I saw on X the, you know, Islamic regime is saying one thing, and then the United States is coming out and denying that happened. So it doesn't seem like negotiations are going well. I think there's something else going on. What I can tell you is that right now, the IRGC has turned into at least 4 different factions, and each faction is going after one another. Right now, there are IRGC supporters inside of occupied Iran who are calling for the head of Arakchi and Ghalibaf because they're angry at these negotiations. So I think there's something else at play. I think President Trump is using these negotiations to further weaken the Islamic regime. And you know, I agree with the general. The United States goal should not be regime change. Regime change is something that the Iranian people themselves will accomplish. However, what the United States and Israel have done and are continuing to do is to level the playing field. President Trump has made it clear the only deal that he is interested in is unconditional surrender. And so we hope that President Trump will continue down this road, either unconditional surrender or total obliteration of the IRGC.
Doran.
Wow. I know she's an imposter, but she makes good points. So I'll give her that. That was really good.
Back to you. Israel has reportedly begun talks with Lebanon, combating Hezbollah and incredible...
Guys, this is historic. The government of Lebanon is directly talking to Israel. This is so humiliating for Hezbollah. Amazing.
Really important objective with along with the other proxies of Iran that have very, very wide tentacles. What do you see happening next with respect to those negotiations? What are your sources telling you?
So we need to remember that Hezbollah is an arm of the IRGC, and if our goal, the mutual goal of the US and Israel, is to limit the ability of Iran to project power, the Hezbollah needs to be either negotiated with or decimated in some degree. The big picture, though, is that the Prime Minister of Israel will do what the President of the US says. So long as there are moves on the ground and there's fighting in Lebanon, that means that President Trump has authorized that.
General, a wild week. Swings in messaging and tone. We had the post on Easter Sunday, the threat to end the
post on Easter Sunday that says, "Praise be to Allah." Don't forget that. On Easter Sunday. Okay.
Civilization. Now you have this tenuous deal. If you were advising the president, what would you tell him to do next, assuming that Doran is correct and that these conversations in Islamabad really aren't going to necessarily yield a lot of fruit? Because this has been, from a military standpoint, by many accounts, a very successful operation thus far. But what do you say to the president if you were sitting next to him about what the next step is here?
Well, first of all, the military objectives have been accomplished. It's been a brilliant military campaign, but those military campaign goals have not translated into the achievement of the strategic goals.
We're on day 41. Why are you guys in such a rush? Like, oh my God.
I think what I would advise the president is recognize that the Iranians typically deny, they deflect, they delay. These are just the start of negotiations, and nothing will be accomplished. Don't expect anything to be accomplished in Islamabad. But don't take that delay tactic as
what's being accomplished in Islamabad. In fact, it's not the Islamic Republic who's using the delay tactic. It's the United States that is using the delay tactic. They managed to scare the Islamic Republic with the whole, end of civilization, all power plants, all bridges will be blown up. They scared them enough to buy the Americans 2 weeks for their soldiers to rest, for them to to restock the interceptor stockpiles, for their two new aircraft airstrike carrier groups to join the already 3 that they have there. And so, yeah, the delaying tactic is by the Americans. Not like, I know the Islamic Republic usually likes to delay by negotiating, but this time the Americans, President Trump is using their own strategies against them this time.
A reason to restart the war. That's just the way that the Iranians negotiate. We're going to get much better results out of them if we take the long view on this rather than the short view. But at the same time, we've got to continue to prepare and to restock to continue the war, because I don't want to do the standard.
Yeah, there you go. Well, that's the whole point of the so-called negotiations. To restock.
Israeli tactic, which is mowing the grass. Don't achieve your objectives, withdraw from the area of operations, and then a couple of years ago, you've got to go back in and do it again. This must be, since we've made the decision to go in, we ought to go in big. As Napoleon said, when told to take Vienna, take.
Well, the only reason why Israel is forced to do the mowing of the grass is because the world doesn't, commit to helping Israel finish the job. So, and because they need complete support by United States to finish, like they want to finish the job, but because they don't get the green light all the time, they're forced to just do mow the grass, because if they don't do that, then they're going to be destroyed. So that's what they in between that they have to just go with. But they do want to finish the job, but there's so much support, and there's military equipment for the United States that is required for them to be able to finish the job, and they never got that level of support until now, actually, with President Trump.
Vienna.
Yeah, put your bombs where your mouth is. That's what you need to do, and actually finish the job. Goldie, back over to you. President Trump says that we kind of have.
And guys, if you one last thing, if you really want to finish the job, then you need to arm the Iranian people.
President Trump says that we kind of have regime change already, since we are now dealing with a new crop of people. Back to your previous point, do you agree with him? And are you seeing any semblance of sort of an organized opposition at this point, given some of the fissures that we're seeing within the IRGC that you mentioned earlier?
I think it's really important to take President Trump seriously, but not literally. When President Trump has in the past previously said regime change, he says, what I mean is that there's a change within the regime because there's new people that we're speaking with. However, the people that are currently controlling the IRGC, they're all the exact same people. So there really hasn't been real regime change. But President Trump did say in one of his Truth Social posts that he hopes that now with this new regime change, something revolutionarily wonderful might happen. Who knows? And there is, in fact, an organized, controlled opposition. It's the Crown Prince of Iran, His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi, who is leading Iran's Lion and Sun revolution. The vast majority of Iranians support him, both inside and outside of the country. And there's a reason that the Islamic regime has shut down the internet and cut off the voices of 90 million Iranians from the outside world since the beginning of this war, because they don't want the world to know that Iranians support the Crown Prince of Iran to lead the country from an Islamic dictatorship to a secular democratic society. So we do have opposition, official opposition. It's just not anything to do with the regime. Ultimately, what Iranians are saying is we want a total regime collapse. Like, we want them eradicated. We want them, erased from the face of the earth. They are a cancer. And if you leave even one cancer cell left behind, it will multiply again. So it needs to be eradicated. Let the Iranian people decide their future. And we've already made that choice.
And that is the big question: how exactly to do that? We will be.
That was perfect. 10 out of 10, obviously. Yeah.
Watching the developments in Islamabad very, very closely, and I'd love to have the three of you back: Goldie Kamari, General Mark Kimmett.
You're amazing, Goldie, as usual. Amazing as usual.
Thank you. Really, really appreciate that. So there you go. That was my interview from earlier today. Okay, Armin, I'm going to hand it off to you to do the rest of the live stream with, whatever info, updates, analysis. And, you can either, I won't be coming back for the rest of the day. So you can either end it at 3, or if you want to live stream your group discussion for an extra couple of hours, you're more than welcome to do that, because I know people always appreciate listening into your group discussion as well. So I'll leave that up to you. But guys, thank you all. It was great to see you. We'll go back to our regular schedule tomorrow. So until then, I'm Israel Chai. God bless America. Payande Iran, and Javid Shah. See you guys tomorrow.
See you, Goldie. Okay. All right, guys, let's get an update on everything before we jump into some of the discussions that people are having. And guys, I'm going to also pay attention to the super chats. Let me actually see some of the recent ones. Hold on, let me remove this. Oh, somebody's saying, hey guys, Trump was able to get a ceasefire between two countries, which, believe it or not, gives time for U.S. forces to arrive, restock and rearm and rest. Yeah, okay, and fix jets. It'll reset the 60-day clock of the conflict, so no Congress is needed. Yeah, I heard some more people mention that. I didn't take it seriously at first, but now I see. I have to look into that if that's really the case. Interesting point, legal point. Anyways, let's go get some updates. And then here, let me remove this and then add this and see what's happening. And then I'll go to some discussions that people are having regarding, and also I'll keep an eye on the chat and try to respond to your questions as well. Okay, listen to this.
Officially, the talks are underway here in Well, good morning, guys. Officially, the talks are underway here in Islamabad between the U.S. side and the Iranian side. The U.S. side, of course, represented by Vice President J.D. Vance, and perhaps a little gunboat diplomacy, or in this case, guided missile destroyer diplomacy. Axios reporting a pair of guided missile destroyers has transited the Strait of Hormuz, likely to get Iran's attention, certainly after President Trump demanding repeatedly that the Strait of Hormuz be open. Vice President Vance landed here in Islamabad about 6 hours ago. One of his first meetings was with Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. The president's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner are also part of the delegation. Before landing, Air Force Two arrived here in Islamabad under a Pakistani F-16 fighter escort, jets sold to Pakistan by the United States. And leading the Iranian delegation, the Speaker of Iran's parliament, Iran's top diplomat, is also here. Here's President Trump on what he hopes to achieve with the talks being held for the first time since the war started.
What would a good deal look like for you? No nuclear weapon. Number one. You know, I think it's already been regime change, but we never had that as a criteria. No nuclear weapon. That's 99% of it.
Strait of Hormuz as well?
Yeah, but that'll open up automatically. The answer is yes, but the strait will open up.
So perhaps those guided missile destroyers will go a long way to opening up the Strait of Hormuz that the president wants to see happen. And a lot of the Iranian delegation is happy to see the vice president here. They think the talks with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner did not go well before the war in the two separate sets of talks. Some officials I've spoken to, guys, say if Iran's going to be collecting tolls in the Strait of Hormuz, the U.S. Navy should be doing the same thing, stopping Iranian warships and collecting tolls as a way to settle this, but certainly sending those ships through. Other some officials think that dealing with Iran is like dealing with the devil and think this war will not end until Karg Island is seized. Guys?
All right, Lucas Thomason, live for us in Islamabad. A lot of good things there. Lucas, thank you. In adding to Lucas's reporting, just moments ago, President Trump on Truth Social.
Guys, but I've heard, let me know if this is correct, but the USS
saying
Boxer,
in part, we're now starting
the USS Boxer, where is it? Like I've heard last time it was close to the Philippines and it's on the way. And that is the main one, like even more important than the George H.W. Bush carrier strike group, even though it's smaller. The new ships that are coming, the airstrike carrier ship itself is less important than the other ships that are coming with it, as apparently because of the ability for it to support Marines. Because it seems like based on the ships that are arriving close to Iran, it seems to be a ground operation. Seems to be they're getting ready for some ground operations, maybe take over some islands, some Khark Island. So the USS Boxer airstrike carrier group, there's no confirmation regarding exactly where that is, but people assume that it's close to the Philippine Sea right now. Yeah, USS Boxer, they take islands. Yeah, they're designed to take islands. Yeah,
process of clearing out the Strait of Hormuz as a favor to countries all over the world, including China, Japan, South Korea, France, Germany, and many others. Kayla, let's go back to you. Where do you see this going?
I see this as a shame unless our NATO allies are stepping up and helping out. We had this discussion earlier in the week on outnumbered. I mean, President Trump, I'll tell you this. We all saw that contentious meeting with Zelensky that was in front of cameras, and everyone was like, shock and awe, whoa. They are much harsher meetings behind the scenes with some of our allies even. And I've seen some of these meetings. And when I saw that the cameras did not go in there with NATO, Rutte, the head of NATO, I knew President Trump was putting pressure on. So to see this tweet this morning and no indication that NATO allies are stepping up, what a shame. What an absolute shame.
Kaylee, do you think the Iranians are sincere in wanting to negotiate, or is this just a delay tactic? How do you read this?
Yeah, international diplomacy is messy. It's hard. It's difficult. There are ups and downs. It is not clean. But the added factor that makes this tougher, to your exact point, Lisa, is this is a terrorist, fanatical regime motivated by religious extremism. That being said, I can tell you this, they didn't respect Obama, the pallets of cash, the weak deal. Right. They didn't respect Joe Biden when they saw what happened at the Abbey Gate and the withdrawal from Afghanistan. Trump took out their Ayatollah. So if any president in the last 47 years has a shot at dealing with the religious fanatics.
Guys, what are those ships called that you put Marines on and it starts in water and then it is able to go into land? You know what I'm talking about? The ones that with the big fans behind them and the tube, like the black tube-like thing under them. They have a specific name. I'm trying to find that because I think it seems like they're going to be involved. No, amphibious. I know. Like when I look at amphibious assault ships, this is what shows up. Like this is. I already have amphibious assault ships, but I'm seeing this. That's not what I had in mind. Because look at this. The USS Boxer, is this the one? The USS Boxer is a Wasp class amphibious assault ship of the United States Navy. So, and then I look at amphibious, I see this. An amphibious assault ship is a type of amphibious warfare ship designed for spearheading amphibious incursions of marines into enemy territories during an armed conflict, but via launching either naval landings or air assaults, and also providing shipborne close air support and logistics for landed friendly force. Such a ship is typically the capital ship of dedicated fleet known as amphibious ready group or expeditionary strike group. Let me see, you guys. Oh, wait. Hovercraft. Okay. That's what I searched for here. But I didn't see. I was expecting. See, I was expecting here when I was in this page to when I searched for hovercraft for something to show up, but nothing showed up. I thought that was the point of these ships, that they come with hovercrafts, but I'm not seeing any hovercraft. Wait, let me see. Is there hovercraft here? Oh, there we go. Share this hovercraft. No, first one. Most modern AAS designs also carry landing craft, with most including a well deck, usually at the stern, to support large LCACs or hovercrafts. Okay, so yeah, these things like that. So that's what I expect, like they're coming with to the Persian Gulf, stuff like this. And they're gonna have Marines on them. And the good thing with these is that you don't need any, ports. If you want to bring some soldiers on land, you could basically do it on any shore, anywhere. And so that's what the significance of the things that are coming are, apparently. That is going to give the Marines a lot more abilities to quickly move into. I mean, guys, this goes back to the thought that we have earlier when we saw that they blew up Khark Island's military assets and infrastructure, and they left the oil infrastructure intact. They didn't touch it. Usually, so they did that, and then nothing happened. Right? So, and then negotiations started. But remember, I said that usually when you take you go to an island and you take out they took out 50 military targets on Khark Island, 50 military targets. So it seems like they're getting ready for taking Khark Island. That's what it seemed like it. Or it could also have been for scaring the Islamic Republic to bring them to the negotiating table. But given that the military assets that are coming towards the Persian Gulf are exactly what you need for a ground operation to take over an island, and given that they already took out 50 different targets on Khark Island, military targets, and they didn't touch the oil infrastructure, and given that they need exactly 2 to 3 weeks to get the USS Boxer to the Persian Gulf, it seems like all the signs point to maybe the idea that they're just buying time to take over Khark Island, maybe, or some other islands. What do you guys think? Yeah, Tripoli is already there. What do you guys think about what I just said? Does that seem like what's happening? So wait, what is it that is already there? Tripoli is already there. USS Abraham Lincoln is already there. What was the other one? Oh my God, what was the other one? There was another one I remember was there already. But there were 3 already there. Two are joining. Yes, 100%. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, you guys agree. What was the third one that was already there? God damn it. Oh, Gerald Ford. Yeah, the Gerald Ford one. Okay. Ford is already there. USS Abraham Lincoln is already there. Tripoli is already there. And now we're adding George H.W. Bush. And we're also adding, it seems like we're also adding Boxer. That's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy. Like, that's, guys, like, because that the 3 that we already had there was pretty intense. That was pretty intense. That was like the greatest gathering of military assets by any country anywhere since the toppling of Saddam 20 years ago, right? More than 20 years ago. And now we're adding 2 more. Like, the sign, like, everything suggests that we're getting ready for something big. Like, we might be entering a new phase of this war that is much more intense than what we have seen so far. Might, again, we can't be sure. But do you guys agree? Because last time we said this, last time when all of these aircraft, airstrike carrier groups were getting close to the region, we're like, oh, something seems like they're gonna go boom boom, and then they arrived and they did. And now we're saying, and that was in the middle of the so-called negotiations. And now this is deja vu. They're like, okay, let's negotiate. And now two airstrike carrier groups are joining, and we're like, okay, this new round seems to be much bigger than what we've witnessed so far.
It is this one.
And of course, he's also decimated their nuclear capabilities, which was the initial. That has been the focus. That is the goal.
Oh, we got super chat. Sketch art therapy is saying Boxer and Tripoli in area close to strike positions. Wait, I heard they're going to be in the area in about 2 to 3 weeks, at least for Boxer.
Oh, and obviously, and he said many times, if regime change is a tactic that is used as part of this, that's ancillary, that's great, but that's not the focus of this. The focus of this is to eliminate their ability to get nuclear weapons, which everybody in the world agrees would be a terrible thing, and then to do it while keeping the Strait of Hormuz open.
Yes. And, people might not understand this, but I think if you study international relations, you will. When you look at someone like Kim Jong-un, he is someone who, yes, he is crazy in all of his ways. He's a horrible dictator, but he is rational in the sense of he is motivated by self-preservation. He has nuclear weapons. We don't want him to have them, but he's never going to fire it at the United States because he cares about his own life.
Right.
I am not certain that the Iranian regime does. And that is why this is the most dangerous threat to the world.
It's a great point because North Korea is a hermit kingdom. But in the case of Iran, and particularly with Iran's neighbors, Saudi Arabia, UAE, the Gulf states, they are a major player. And so the thought of having nuclear missiles is more significant than North Korea. But let me ask you this, because I got to get this in. Democrats are already saying that this is a failure, that President Trump's caused this debacle. It's a quagmire already. In the media, now you're seeing as Vice President Vance goes on perhaps the most important trip for the most important meeting of his life so far. The stakes couldn't be higher. You're seeing some in the media saying that Iran's got the upper hand. And I said, wait a second, hold on Iran has no Navy. Iran has no air defense capabilities. As Charlie points out, Iran's nuclear program has been decimated, and the missile program also cannot restart because we bombed all the factories, 90% of them. And President Trump has compelled the few remaining people left, because most of their leadership is gone, with the exception of...
Guys, look at this. Why is Brent falling? Like, if the Strait of Hormuz is not closed, it's still closed. Brent crude oil prices dropped when the so-called ceasefire was announced. And now that they keep saying that, it's actually the Strait of Hormuz is still closed, it didn't go back up. It's still at 94. Why is it still at 94? Like, why didn't it go back up? This is why? This is a huge win. People are like, oh my God, the world is falling apart because the Strait of Hormuz is closed. Like Brent is like below 100. I was told that we're supposed to be at 200 by now. So what the hell is happening? Hold on, let me see the chat. We got a super chat saying the Marines also will have the capability to provide close combat air support, a quick reactionary support for the Immortal Guard and the Iranian people. Oh, we could be there to combat support for you all. Well, I mean, the Iranian people haven't been trained. If we want to arm the Iranian people, this will have to be at least a 4-month, at minimum a 4-month project. You need to liberate one or more cities in southern Iran, put a call out to the Immortal Guards and to come to that city to get vetted. It's very important to get vetted. We don't want to give weapons to IRGC pretending to be the Iranian people, right? The opposition. They need to get vetted. Then they need to get trained, especially in drone technology. This is where I think that Ukrainian soldiers could get involved, because they already did that in Syria against Assad, and that was very effective. Very effective. And that training, my understanding is that that takes at least a minimum of 4 months. A minimum of 4 months. So, and then we could start a liberation Iranian army from southern Iran, make Bandar Abbas, for example, the base of operations, and then go north from there. Yeah, exactly. Somebody said in the chat, Bandar Abbas is the best. Bandar Abbas is the best option because it's also close to, because it's the headquarters for IRGC's Navy. Guys, all of the headquarters for IRGC are in Tehran, except the Navy, which is in Bandar Abbas, right? So, and also liberating Bandar Abbas and expanding an Iranian army starting from Bandar Abbas would also liberate the Strait of Hormuz and will basically make this whole Strait of Hormuz thing not an issue anymore. But yeah, guys, like everybody's saying that the sky is falling because of the Strait of Hormuz, and the Islamic Republic has this huge advantage because they could close it. Meanwhile, Brent is still under 100. So I don't get that. Like, what are we talking about? Like, how is the world? How is that? How do they have such an advantage? Right? And look at this. Look at this one. Hold on. All of the losses from the military operation has already been recovered in the market. S&P 500. Look at this. Like, I thought it will. I told everybody that it will, once the war is over, the markets will eventually recover, just like they did with COVID. But I was more right than I mean, look at this. They already recovered. Like, what? This is such a fast recovery. Look, we're up 27%. The stock market is up 27% year over year. And people are like acting the sky is falling. Look, this is when it started, and now we have already recovered all of the losses. Like, how is this such a devastating impact on the economy, and it's not being reflected in the stock market? Okay. I mean, it can't be that devastating. Somebody saying nobody can honestly say what Trump is going to do. Yeah. I mean, that's an advantage. He's unpredictable, and that gives the Americans an advantage. The unpredictability is working in our favor. Let me play.
Of Iran's parliament speaker, Ghalibaf, which seems to be in the driver's seat. Why is the perception not honest?
It's not honest because you have some in the media carrying Iranian talking points. I mean, that is the sad, sad truth. Literally at times quoting Iranian propaganda. But to your point, Iran has been decimated. There's still work to do. There is uranium there. There's no doubt about that. But nevertheless, they're in a weaker position than they ever have been. And you have J.D. Vance there. I love that because I like competing voices. There's been reporting that, he's been of a different, persuasion when it comes to this war. I think that's great to have competing philosophies there. I can tell you this, Jared Kushner, I've worked with him behind the scenes. I've seen how he operates. He is so smart. He'll sit there quietly and then comes in with the right thing to say at the right moment. And by the way, for those who say this is impossible, they said it was impossible to get the hostages out of Gaza. They got them out. They said it was impossible to get a ceasefire. They made it happen. It was impossible to get Maduro on U.S. soil. They made it happen. So the impossible becoming possible has been the story of Trump too.
And the conflicting voices within the administration has been sort of a heckle by the left against. No, that is actually the great gift of President Trump. He surrounds himself by competing voices, listens to all of them, and then makes decisions on his own.
Yeah, and let me be clear, this may go poorly today. They may have to walk out of the room. But remember, it's about the long game. Sometimes you walk away from the negotiating table, you don't get what you want, you come back, and then you get more.
Well, it's also important to point out what Steve Witkoff said at the beginning of all this, that the Iranians were bragging about potentially having up to 11 warheads, that nuclear warheads that could particularly be or potentially be online within days to a week. So that's the why of why this started to begin with. Also, one thing I'm wondering is you look at the Iranian side of the negotiations here. Lucas Tomlinson earlier said that they might be a little bit more pragmatic than some of the other leaders. So I wonder, in taking out many of Iran's leaders, have we strategically kept the ones that could potentially make peace and negotiate in these deals?
Here's the thing. I actually do think that Ghalibaf is more quote unquote pragmatic, but not for the people of Iran, for the Islamic Republic survival, right? The problem is that he has to Jekyll and Hyde this, because he tells the Americans like what they want to hear, but he can't say it publicly. He has to show a very, very anti-American, aggressive anti-American stance for the internal audience, the regime supporters in Iran, or else he will lose his head. Wait, hold on. Let me see. We got a super chat saying, Armin, no trading on the weekends. The sky is falling. Ideas probably because, well, no, I mean, even, wait, hold on. No, even when the ceasefire was, even before the markets were closing, let me see. Maybe we could look at futures. Yeah. Okay. No, look at this. Even if you look at the futures, everything looks good. Futures. Yep. No, things look good. Things still look good. The sky is falling. Idea is probably because Europe is saying they are soon running out of jet fuel. Still, it's a long weekend. Lots of time to go. Yeah, I mean, if you look at it, but I'm not talking about short term. I'm talking about if you look at the markets, we still recovered before the markets closed. And I mean, if you look at the futures, everything still looks good, but we still did recover everything that was lost because of these military operations in the market. And I'm not saying that it's going to stay rosy like this. I mean, even when the markets went down, it didn't went down by that much, right? Like, even if there is a market, guys, even a recession is normal, but we're not even looking at anything like that. Like, even a recession is something that happens. It's supposed to happen once every 7 years, but we're not even saying that. We just saw a slight adjustment and then a recovery, which, I mean, I suspect that this is going to have some negative effects on the economy. I just think that they're exaggerating it. I mean, if there was, the markets are usually forward looking. So if the outlook of the economy was supposed to be this bad, the first place you would see it would be in the markets. And if it's this devastating, then the market would adjust for that. And it never did. So that's my point.
I mean, you look at even like the Israeli pager operation, the Maduro raid that you pointed out, Kaylee, and even rescuing behind enemy lines, extracting those two airmen, and just how complex and strategic that has been. So I just wonder if we've intentionally kept some of the Iranian leaders that maybe we could negotiate with We'll see.
Yeah, it's a great question, but I can tell you the negotiators should not walk in today and do what their predecessors, many of whom have been slaughtered, did, which is walk in and say, hey, world's hegemonic power, we have enough uranium to make all these nuclear weapons and we intend to do it. And then their Ayatollah was gone within hours.
Well, I think that's a good point.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart.
Let's actually, I mean, they cannot not do that because the regime, because Ghalibaf needs to show a very tough, like unflexible position for his. Yeah, guys, what would you do if you were Ghalibaf? Ghalibaf is stuck between a rock and a hard place. And let me know what you would do if you were Ghalibaf, because if you are Ghalibaf, if you're trying to survive as Ghalibaf, like as if you're just thinking about Ghalibaf, you're himself, okay, self-interested, okay. You know that if when you talk to the Americans, you need to try to give them something that convinces them not to come out and destroy, you know, your whatever remaining assets that you have, something that will satisfy them. And you also know that any form of flexibility will mean that once you go back home, the IRGC is going to strip you of all your powers. Like that would be the least that will happen to you, and maybe the worst thing that could happen to you is good that you get killed. So, what would you do if you were Ghalibaf? Like this is really difficult. This is a really difficult position for him. I wouldn't want to be him right now. Okay, let me see. We got some super chats here saying great discussion group yesterday, live stream today. Here's the thing, when I go to the discussion group, when sometimes we share tweets there and play videos, and when we play the videos, the audio doesn't show up, come on the live stream. So that's the issue I have with streaming the discussion group. But the discussion group, the discussions that we have there is really, really good. It's really like high level. It's really nuanced. So I do encourage you guys to come join me there after the stream is over. And then we got 2 U.S. warships passed through the Strait of Hormuz. Wow. Okay, I'll check those updates soon after we listen to President Trump. And while I play President Trump, I'm going to go quickly 30 seconds. I'll see if I could finish. This is 48 seconds. I wonder if I could do my washroom break, finish it in 48 seconds. Do you guys think I could do it? Let me see. And then we got maybe I need a longer video. 48 seconds might not be enough. Is there a longer video somewhere? Oh, okay. Nope, I don't have a long. Oh, yeah, I do have a longer video. Okay. And then we have this one, another super chat saying Venezuela oil has been added to the market. Look at the tanker tracker maps, and you will see many people going in that direction for oil. If Iran adds oil to the market, oil will be at its best price in years. Oh, that might be the reason. Okay. So, wow. Good thing we did Venezuela before we did this, hey? All right, so let me just quickly, before we go to President Trump, because this video that I'm about to show you is very important. I just need a washroom break, so I'm going to show you this instead before we go to President Trump. So Iranians have gathered outside of the U.S. consulate in Sydney. So guys, Iranians are now supposed to come out. Today is a very important day for Iranians to come out. That's why Goldie is not here. So obviously in Sydney, we're going to see that happening first. But then we're going to see this happening in other cities as we get to the right timing for those other cities soon as well. So this is the U.S. consulate in Sydney, Australia, to show support for President Trump and demand an end to the Iranian regime. Plenty of MAGA hats in the crowd. So watch this, and this is only 2 minutes, and I'll be right back.
You know you spend money to the balancing of the law. Don't worry about the balancing of the law. You're at a rich country. Richest, one of the richest. We never forget, as the Shah Reza Pahlavi said, we never forget whoever helped us. I want a special thanks. I want to make it short. I had a longer speech, but the time is very, very limited here. I want to personally thank from President Trump for their help. We achieved something. The leaders, the IRGC leaders, everybody backed up. I want to thank Prime Minister Netanyahu for their help, which is
Iranian Australian. Proudly, I want to thank Prime Minister Albanese and Secretary Penny Wong, as Australia was the first country in the world to shut down this embassy of IRGC.
The first country I think was United States and Israel.
Now I want to switch to channel 2. I just need 1 more minute. I want to go to
You know, guys, am I exaggerating? Let me know, okay? Because of Iranians, the Israeli flag is being flown in countries around the world more than ever before. Do you think that's an exaggeration? Like, the celebration of the Israeli flag has, you know, been multiplied by I don't know how much because of Iranians around the world. Is that true? Like, do you think I'm right? Okay, yes. You're saying you're right. Okay, yeah. I think there was so much anti-Israeli hate around the world, and because of Iranians, now more people around the world are used to seeing the flag of Israel being flown with celebration and love more than ever before because of Iranians. Okay, we got a super chat here saying, FYI, 4 days ago, Ali has made an excellent AI video. Did I pronounce it right? With of U.S. troop extraction. Also, did you know an Iranian American in U.S. Congress wants to impeach Hegseth and Trump? Yes, I saw that. I saw that. And the Iranian people are hating on her so much. I saw that. Like, we have one Iranian in like we have this Iranian American in U.S. Congress, and like, what a horrible situation. That's tough. That's like, we need better representation. We need better representation. Anyways, let's go to this. This is important. President Trump.
What would a good deal look like for you? No nuclear weapon, number one. You know, I think it's already been regime change, but we never had that as a criteria. No nuclear weapon. That's 99% of it. Strait of Hormuz as well? Yeah, but that'll open up automatically. The answer is yes, but the strait will open up. If we just left, the strait's going to, otherwise they make no money. So the strait's going to open. But what we have is no nuclear weapon, but we'll open the strait anyway. Don't forget, we don't use the strait. Other countries use the strait. So we do have other countries coming up, and they'll help out, but we don't use it. It won't be easy. It won't be, I would say this, we will have that open fairly soon.
Okay, interesting. Okay, so we got ARMIN check, Texas troop link posted. This is probably why the futures are looking good. Plus, your thoughts on this being said in the current talks. Wait, where's the link? Post the link. You need to post a link in my chat in the Atheist Republic channel, because on StreamYard I can't click on the links. I have my phone on my channel here, so if you post it on my channel, I would be able to click on it on my phone, because StreamYard doesn't let me click on links. Okay. And then we got another super chat saying, people are learning Iran doesn't hate USA. Yes. No, actually, let me tell you something else. Not only they don't hate USA, in polling, when Iranians are picking their, other than Iran, when they're picking their favorite country, like they're showing their favorability towards different countries, United States ranks number 1. So it's not just that the Iranian people don't hate the United States, it's actually their number 1 favorite country. Their number 1 favorite country. Oh, you're saying you can't post links, you're not a mod? Well, I'll make you a mod. Come talk. I'll make you a mod. Post something there so I could make you a mod. Wait, this is also important.
No, we're not going to let that. It's international water. If they're doing that, nobody knows if they're doing that. But if they're doing that, we're not going to let that happen.
Okay, that's a big deal. This one is a big deal. Listen to this again.
We're not going to let them toll the Strait, are you? I mean, it's international. No, we're not going to let that. It's international water. If they're doing that, nobody knows if they're doing.
So they're not. President Trump is clear here. He's not going to let the Islamic Republic charge tolls, collect tolls, in the Strait of Hormuz. This is a very clear announcement here. So that's a big commitment. Oh, we got another super chat. Armin, what do you think the chances are of the IRGC infighting rising to the level of shooting at each other? Oh my God. Woo. Oh my God. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful? I mean, I don't want to promise anything. What are the chances? So here's the thing. I don't think I don't see them shooting at each other. I mean, anything is possible. But if the fight is between the leadership, if they want to kill somebody, it would be probably be more likely like showing up at night at their homes and arresting them, and either just putting them and keeping them arrested or executing them in a room somewhere. Like I don't see yeah, I it's more likely. Okay, so if the infighting escalates to that level, they don't. It's really hard to convince some of the armed forces to shoot at some of the other armed forces. So I don't see that happening. Instead, I would see like so-called leader needs to be eliminated. He's sleeping at night with his wife, and then there's a knock at his door, and some strange man will come and put a bag on his head and carry him somewhere. Like I that is something that is more likely than them shooting at each other, in my opinion. Does that make sense? Let me know if that answers your question. Okay. Let me see some other updates that we have here. Let me go through all of these updates and see which one of them is more important. And guys, let me know if you want me to respond to the latest Piers Morgan debate. Oh, guys, here's something interesting. A lot of Iranians were wondering why the hell were so many officials from the Islamic Republic showed up in Islamabad. They're like, and so many of them were people that they didn't expect. Like the central bank, the head of the central bank is there. Like people are like, why is he there? And so many people that seem not to be relevant showed up from the Islamic Republic side. Like, why are you here? And so many of these officials, the Iranians are surprised. They're like, oh my, why did they bring this guy? Why did they bring this guy? And it's a very diverse crew from different camps. Oh, guys, actually, look at this. These are some historic moments. So this is the moment where Ghalibaf and Arakshi showed up. Oh, there's no audio. So this is when Ghalibaf and Arakshi came to Islamabad. Ooh, look, is this Munir? Okay. Now, what does he look like? Asim Munir, head of the army. Is that him? Guys, Pakistanis in the chat, help me out here. That looks like him. Oh, it doesn't pause. Great job. Let me actually refresh it so it pauses. I don't know why sometimes it doesn't pause. Here, look at this. So this is the Islamic Republic coming to Islamabad. This is their moment of arrival. That first man is Ghalibaf. The second man is Arakshi. Okay, is this Munir? Is this the head of the army in Pakistan? Yes? Okay. So pay attention to what he's wearing then. He's wearing a military uniform. Okay. That's Ghalibaf. That's Arakshi behind him. Is that Sharif? Is that the Prime Minister Sharif? Okay, and this is Munir, the head of the army, which is now a much bigger deal, by the way, than before. No, somebody's saying no. That's is that not Munir? The guy, this one is Munir. Yeah, that's okay. That is this. Yeah, okay, good. All right, so now let's look at this other video. Let's compare them with each other if I could find it. There was another video. Oh, here, found it. And this next video is when JD Vance shows up in Islamabad. Manure? Not manure, Munir. Guys, don't be disrespectful. Look at this. So this is now, am I pronouncing his name right? This is when JD Vance showed up. Okay, which one is him? Is like I don't recognize him without his military uniform. Is that him again, but in suit? That guy in the that guy over here, right? Is that him again, but now in a suit, right? No, that is him. Like you guys are saying, no one. No, it's him. It's him, but this time he's in a suit. So isn't it interesting? No, this guy is the prime minister, right? Let me see. Sharif, what does he look like? Sharif, PM, Pakistan. Yeah, I wasn't like you guys are confusing me. I'm right. This is the prime minister Sharif. This is the head of the army Munir. Okay, but he's wearing a suit. So why, if Pakistan is in the chat, why was he wearing a military uniform when he was greeting the Islamic Republic, and he's wearing a suit when he's greeting the Americans? By the way, also Pakistani, my understanding is that Munir is very pro-American and Sharif is very pro-Saudi Arabia. Like Sharif is very close to Saudi Arabia. Am I correct? And Munir here is very close to the United States. Did I get that right? Like Pakistanis in the chat. Did I get that? Did I get that right? Wow. Oh, that is not Sharif. That's somebody else. Oh, Sharif is not here. Okay, he looks like Sharif. Okay, so Sharif is not here, but the head of the army is here. Okay. Okay. Yes, you got that right. Yeah, that was the jet engine. No. By the way, guys, I've also heard that Pakistan, at the same time that the Islamic Republic arrived in Islamabad, Pakistan sent military forces to Saudi Arabia, which is kind of a disrespectful, because they could have sent them at any time. So Pakistan and Saudi Arabia have a security pact, kind of like NATO. When an attack on one of them is an attack on both of them, and the other one has to get involved. So while the Islamic Republic was coming to Pakistan, Pakistan was sending military forces to Saudi Arabia to show support for Saudi Arabia, which is kind of insulting to the Islamic Republic that they did it at the same time. I don't know. Do you guys think that is it not interesting that Munir, the head of the military guy in Pakistan, was wearing a military uniform for the Islamic Republic, but is wearing a suit for the Americans? I find that interesting. I don't think that's a coincidence. Or is it a coincidence? All right. So we already covered that. Oh, guys, look at this. Look at this one. Let me actually close all these tabs that I have open. Okay. So 2 days ago, we saw this video that I didn't know if we should take seriously or not. Look at this. 2 IRGC members were gunned down at a No Baron checkpoint. A group calling itself the Organization of Homeland Defenders, this is in Iran, reportedly carried out the attack in Save last night, targeting terrorist regime forces. Before opening fire, they declared, "My life is for Iran." You may see more Iranians resort to taking matters into their own hands against regime forces as pressure builds, and people feel they have nothing to lose. So let's watch that. Oh, God. Wow, you see, they went down. They started shooting at IRGC people. One of them went down. He said, "Janam Fadai Iran," means my life sacrifice for Iran. Hold on. Okay. Okay, so we saw that 2 days ago. And then we saw this video from some of the armed forces inside Iran. Iranians are basically now fighting back with weapons. So look at this. The armed resistance groups that gunned down 2 IRGC forces releases a message. The Homeland Defenders Organization, which shot and killed 2 regime officers at a checkpoint near Qom, dedicated the operation to 2 young protesters murdered by the regime. Oh, Nikasham Ashar Karami and Pejman Golipur. This pro-Iran anti-regime outfit did not indicate whether more operations are coming, but appears organized. So let's look at their message. Let's go from the beginning.
به نام ایران، شب گذشته در تاریخ 19 فروردین ماه فرزندان شما در سازمان مدافعان میهن موفق شدند 2 تن از مزدوران رژیم آدمکش را در ایست بازرسی نوبران ساوه به هلاکت برسانند. این عملیات تقدیم می شود به 2 تن از جانفدایان میهن عزیزمان، نیکا شاکرمی، پژمان قلیپور، پاینده ایران. ایران.
Yeah, guys, we might end up seeing more of this if this keeps continuing, because a lot of Iranian people are running out of patience, and if this drags on longer, we might see a lot more of this. What do you guys think? Let me read the subtitles for you. Saying, "In the name of Iran." I love this. I love this when people say "in the name of Iran." To me, Iran is like is like worthy of worship. you know, as an atheist, instead of like, I like it when people say in the name of Iran instead of in the name of God. But I hope that doesn't offend you guys. But this is beautiful. In the name of Iran. So in the name of Iran, last night on the 19th of Farvandin, your sons in the Homeland. Oh, okay, so this is the name of their organization, Homeland Defenders Organization, succeeded in eliminating two mercenaries of the murderous regime at the Nobaran Saveh checkpoint. This operation is dedicated to two of the devoted martyrs of our beloved homeland. Nikasha Karami, Pejman Golipur. Long live Iran. So the translation is wrong. He says Janam Fada Iran, which means my life sacrificed for Iran. You can see, guys, you can see the red and blue lights over there. Shows that this was like a government vehicle. This is interesting. That's interesting development, huh? That is really interesting. Oh, let's look at some more videos of the arrival of the Americans and let's look at this in Islamabad. Guys, this is history in the making, like we're gonna, decades from now, we're gonna look back at these days, we're gonna remember these negotiations, this, the ceasefire, everything. So that's the Pakistanis. They're meeting Witkoff and Jared Kushner. There's no idea, by the way. That's Munir. So that's not the prime minister. The Islamic Republic came in two planes. Okay, then that's okay. So Jared Kushner and Witkoff came in a different plane than JD Vance. JD Vance came with his own plane. Guys, for the past 47 years, we never had this high level of a meeting between the Islamic Republic and Americans. We have somebody as like the vice president is the highest official ever meeting from the Americans, ever meeting with the Islamic Republic. And Ghalibaf is also the highest official of the Islamic Republic ever meeting with the Americans. This is huge. This is historic. Okay, I'll respond to that super chat soon. Let me just tell you guys something that for you guys to maybe better understand Ghalibaf's situation right now. Because I'm trying to make you understand the internal politics of what Ghalibaf has to worry about. One way to frame all of this for you to understand how tough the situation is. If Ghalibaf agrees to anything that the Americans want, from the perspective of pro-regime people, is that, well, what was the point of us going to war with the Americans anyway? We could have given them that, and then we would have our supreme leader would have been alive. So many of the IRGC commanders would be alive. So much of our military assets will still be existing. If we give the Americans anything today because of these negotiations, then all of that would have been for nothing. We might as well given them that before. So, like, you can't bring the Islamic Republic to a situation that would make the sacrifice, and from their perspective, the sacrifice of their supreme leader and all of these military leaders to be have for nothing. They were like, if we were going to give them these things now, we might as well given them these things before we lost all of these things and kept our supreme leader, kept our military assets, and kept our military commanders. So it would be embarrassing if after losing all of that, we cave in and capitulate. That's their perspective. And then we got Super Chat saying, Armin, son, well, LOL. Central Command's last post on X. I want your comment on that. How will it affect the talks? Okay, let's take a look at it. Let's go to Central Command. CENTCOM. CENTCOM. I can't type today. All right, let's look at here. Their last post 58 minutes ago. 5 hours ago. Probably talking about this one, right? All right. CENTCOM just posted this saying U.S. forces start mine clearance mission in Strait of Hormuz. Wow. Guys, like nobody else is doing this. Like the guys, can we just say thank you, USA? Like, and Israel and United States are the only two countries that are just basically doing a cleanup job for the rest of the world. Everybody is just watching, going do. And I mean, they're not willing and or able to, or both willing and able to. Like, it's just like these two countries. It's just they're just doing all the other. They're all the work of the whole globe. These two, like when it comes to the evil that exists in the world and all the job that needs to gets done, it's just United States and Israel. Everybody else is just watching. And I think this is what's frustrating, is because they complain about United States and Israel, but they know that they're going to go do it. So that's why they don't send their own forces. They save money. They save the political cost to their own civilians, to their own voters, because they're like, well, we know the Americans and Israelis are going to go do it anyways. So they're just leeching off of these two militaries. Well, and instead of being grateful, they just always point and complain. Anyways, so U.S. forces start mine clearance mission in the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah, so like, okay, you don't even need to wait for the negotiations. We got this. Okay, U.S. Central Command CENTCOM forces began setting conditions for clearing mines in the Strait of Hormuz on April 11th, as two U.S. Navy guided missile destroyers conducted operations. USS Frank E. Peterson, DDG 121, and USS Michael Murphy, DDG 112. Transited the Strait of Hormuz and operated in the Arabian. What? What the hell is this? Excuse me? Excuse me? What the actual F? What is this? Unbelievable. This is disappointing. I have to admit, this is rude. This is rude. I mean, I still appreciate CENTCOM, but what the hell? What the F is this? It's the Persian. Oh my God. What the hell? There is no Arabian Gulf. There's a Persian Gulf, and then there is the Arabian Sea. Okay? We have an Arabian Sea, which has nothing to do with anything that is going on right now. It's all over there. This is the Arabian Sea. You already have a sea. You already have the Arabian Sea. There is no Arabian Gulf. It's the Persian Gulf. Look at this. Even Wikipedia is retarded. This is the Persian Gulf, sometimes called the Arabian Gulf. It's not the Arabian Gulf. It's the Persian Gulf. Unbelievable. I'm disappointed. This is very disappointing. Why are they doing this? Hey, CENTCOM, you are like, guys, somebody needs to talk to CENTCOM, because right now CENTCOM is on a mission to get the Iranian people to understand that CENTCOM is looking after the Iranian people. This is not going, guys, you have no idea how big of a red line this is for the Iranian people. They're not going to like this. And given how important it is right now to win, hearts and minds of the Iranian people, and given how much I know CENTCOM has been trying to show to the Iranian people that they're on the Iranian people's side, somebody needs to communicate to CENTCOM that this is not how you do it. You have no idea how much stuff like this is going to annoy Iranian people. And guys, this is not an I promise you, this is not an anti-Arab racist thing. We already have an Arabian Sea. If anybody wants to change the name of the Arabian Sea to the Persian Sea, I would like, no, you can't. I would stand against them. Like, no, the Arabian Sea will remain the Arabian Sea. This is a good name. Keep it the Arabian Sea. I would not do that. The Persian Gulf is the Persian Gulf, and the Arabian Sea is the Arabian Sea. And the Iranian people, that is like a huge red line for them. To talk about the Persian Gulf this way is a big red line. This is going to lose a lot of people. It's going to lose a lot of Iranian people. Is this why you showed me this? Because of this? Like, you told me you wanted to see my reaction to this. Was it because of this? Was this what the super chat was about? Guys, I'm telling you, this is not small. This is not a small thing. As somebody who's been following Iranian politics for many, many years, I'll promise you that this is not something small. And whoever is in charge of writing this in CENTCOM, I don't know, needs to be fired. Like, do they understand what they're doing? Oh, Texas troop. Let me make you admin. Okay, Texas troop, you're a mod now. I'm not going to read the rest of this. I mean, I think that's the point. I think that was the point of this, right? You wanted me to see this. It might be an oversight. Yeah, I agree. But what the F? Yeah, what the F? Like, they should know better. The Arabian Gulf. What the hell are you doing? Why would they do this? I mean, everybody on the news is saying the Persian Gulf, the Persian Gulf, the Persian Gulf. Why would they do this? مرض داره یکی فکر کنم. Unbelievable. Are there any end regime? Anybody? Look at this. Look, it's the Persian Gulf. Look at this map right here. Any Iranians in the chat? Okay, guys, like, here, I'll give you the link to this. Go put in the comments that it's the Persian Gulf. Tell them it's the Persian Gulf. Nobody is correcting them. There's nobody in the comments correcting them. I was hoping there were some people in the comments correcting them, but nothing. Yeah, guys, please go comment and say, like, what the hell? Like, are you trying to lose the Iranian people, especially now? Guys, like, this is a matter of, it might seem unrelated, but this is a matter of border integrity, which is the greatest red line for the Iranian people, and more sacred than anything for the Iranian people. Because the Iranian people's understanding is that the attempt of the Arab countries around the Persian Gulf to rename the Persian Gulf to the Arabian Gulf is just the first step into claiming some more islands and more territory in the Persian Gulf for themselves. So this is why this is such a red line for the Iranian people. Like, guys, like, when it comes to Iranians, borders and their territory, like, the Iranian people are willing to give up anything to make sure that they don't see any challenges to what belongs to Iran. Unbelievable. Anyways, hopefully it's an oversight. Hopefully it's just an oversight. But what the hell? Hold on, let me go here. Let me play this while I look for more updates.
You're watching live now from Fox. Welcome back. I'm your host, Christy Matino. We're continuing to follow the latest here out of Pakistan.
Wait, did she forget her own name?
You're watching live now from Fox. Welcome back. I'm your host, Christy Matino.
Oh my gosh. Oh, she almost forgot her own name.
You're watching live now from Fox. Welcome back. I'm your host, Christy Matino.
Oh no. Okay. Okay.
Continuing to follow the latest here out of Pakistan. As we do know, Vice President JD Vance is there right now. These talks currently underway here. These Iran peace talk negotiations. That's a live look there outside that hotel. Now, I also wanted to share this here with you. President Trump just shared this to Truth Social just moments ago, as he's announcing that the U.S. is starting the process of clearing out the Strait of Hormuz. If you are just tuning in here with us, we shared this before the break. I want to just reiterate what we have learned here from the president. He announced today, quote, that we're now starting the process of clearing out the Strait of Hormuz as a favor to countries all around the world, including China, Japan, South Korea, France, Germany, and many others. Incredibly, they don't have the courage or will to do this work themselves. Very interestingly, however, empty oil carrying ships from many nations are all heading to the United States to load up with oil. This announcement comes as negotiations between the U.S. and Iran are currently unfolding there in Pakistan, as I just shared with you. But President Trump went on to say the fake news media has lost total credibility, not that they had any to begin with, because of their massive Trump derangement syndrome, sometimes referred to as TDS. They love saying that Iran is winning when, in fact, everyone knows that they are losing and losing big. The president goes on to say their Navy is gone, their Air Force is gone, their anti-aircraft apparatus is non-existent. Radar is dead, their missile and drone factories have been largely obliterated, along with the missiles and drones themselves, and most importantly, their longtime leaders are no longer with us. Praise be to Allah. The only thing they have going...
I was wondering if she's going to read that.
Leaders are no longer with us. Praise be to Allah.
Guys, by the way, Christians in the chat, what do you guys think about this? The fact that President Trump has now praised Allah twice, and the first one being on Easter Sunday. Like, what do you guys think? Like, Christians in the chat, does this upset you, or are you okay with it? I mean, I'm having fun with this, but I don't know what you guys think. So, okay, we got a super chat saying CENTCOM called it Arabian since the 90s. The practice is purely tactical to streamline communications with its very relevant Arab partners. Everybody knows it's Persian. I mean, yeah, but that's wrong. They should call it Persian because the name is Persian, and that's not going to that's not going to go well with the Iranians. And we need to win the Iranians. We need to make sure that we're all united here. Let me see what the Christian thinks. I love his. I like his trolling, because I saw somebody was upset in the chat. This is beautiful. I love it. I love his trolling. Yeah. Okay. So most of you are okay with this.
The only thing they have going is the threat that a ship may bunk into one of their sea mines, which, by the way, all 28 of their mine dropper boats are also lying at the bottom of the sea. Now, President Trump said today, as you just read in that post, that massive numbers of empty oil tankers are heading to the United States. This coming a day after Fox News Digital reported that oil traffic through the Strait of Hormuz remains effectively halted. A backlog of roughly 3,200 vessels, among them 800 tankers and cargo ships, built up west of the strait as of just yesterday, with ships idling as operators wait for clarity on whether it is safe to pass. So we are just learning that here from President Trump. I did want to bring that post to you here from Truth Social. Once again, we're still monitoring all of these talks here that are going on today in Pakistan. And on your screen is just a graphic we have created here for you. As I've been saying, the vice president is leading these talks, but he's also joined by Steve Witkoff, who is the special envoy to the Middle East, as well as Jared Kushner, who is the special envoy for peace. We heard from President Trump just yesterday. Very briefly, he spoke to reporters about what he said to the vice president before he left for these talks. Let's listen in.
What did you tell J.D. Vance before he left, sir?
Well, I wish him luck. He's got a big thing. We'll find out what's going on. They're militarily defeated. And now we're going to open up the Gulf with or without them. But that'll be open. We're going to be, or the Strait as they call it. And I think it's going to go pretty quickly. And if it doesn't, we'll be able to finish it off one way or the other. It's going well. The Navy's gone. The Air Force is gone. All anti-aircraft is gone. The leaders are gone. The whole place is gone. So we'll see how it turns out. So it's JD, it's Steve, and Jared. You have a good team, and they meet tomorrow. We'll see how it all works out.
You're not going to let them hold the strait, are you? I mean, it's international.
No, we're not going to let that. It's international water. If they're doing that, nobody knows if they're doing that. But if they're doing that, we're not going to let that happen.
What would a good deal look like for you?
No nuclear weapon, number one. I think it's already been regime change, but we never had that as a criteria. No nuclear weapon. That's 99% of it.
Strait of Hormuz as well?
Yeah, but that'll open up automatically. The answer is yes, but the strait will open up. If we just left, the strait's going to, otherwise they make no money. So the strait's going to open. But what we have is no nuclear weapon, but we'll open the strait anyway. Don't forget, we don't use the strait. Other countries use the strait.
Okay, guys, look at this. Ghalibaf in 2025 said this. This is actually very interesting, which shows what a tough situation he's in. This is in 2025. Hold on. By the way, I wasn't sneezing. Somebody in the video sneezed. You're saying the leader, Agha, our Lord Khamenei, said we will not negotiate with America. This is clear, and that's it. Once I was asked, Mr. Ghalibaf, is there any difference between Harris and Trump? During a press conference I had with journalists, I said, yes, there's definitely a difference for us. They asked, but what's the difference? I said, you know what's the difference is? That Trump is the murderer of Martyr Soleimani. Can we really be indifferent even between those two? It certainly makes a difference for us. When His Excellency Khamenei says it's not honorable, well, then it simply isn't. So when Khamenei, when he is alive, he said talking to the Americans is not honorable. And here in 2025, he said that they will not talk to President Trump at all because he's the murderer of Qasem Soleimani. And now he's talking to the Americans, even though Trump is also now the murderer of Ali Khamenei. Okay. So this is why he's in a tough situation, because he said, like, of course we're not going to talk to Americans, especially the Trump administration, given that he's responsible, he's the murderer of Qasem Soleimani. But now that he's the murderer of also Ali Khamenei, now it's all of a sudden honorable to talk to him. Okay, so this clip is making the rounds, and it's really embarrassing in Iran for him, because he said to the pro-regime people that we will never talk to the Americans, and now he's leading the delegation talking to the Americans. He said we will not talk to President Trump's team because he killed Qasem Soleimani, and now he's talking to them after he killed somebody even more important, which is Ali Khamenei. This is why they consider him to be a traitor. In fact, now the discussion in Iran is that he might be the spy that they were looking for. Because within the Islamic Republic, the understanding is that the Israelis can't just, like, how are they killing so many of our leaders left and right? Like, how is it possible for them to just know where everyone is? Like, their intelligence just can't be that good. They must have a super spy. They must have like a spy that is really, really high up there. So the Islamic Republic supporters were always looking for the super spy. And now, given that he's leading the delegations to go talk to the Americans, they're like, I think it's him. I think it's him. By the way, guys, something about Ghalibaf that you might not know. He's the person responsible for the missile towns, all of the missile cities. He's a Hajizadeh. When he was alive, he admitted that it was Ghalibaf that was responsible for all of that happening. So if the Americans, he has a lot of, so given that he's the mastermind, Ghalibaf is the mastermind behind all of those underground cities with the missiles. If he wants to give the Americans more information to save his own life, he would be able to, he has access to a lot of information. Oh, wait. So Lior is saying, why is Israel sparing him? Does he serve a purpose to keep him alive? I think Israel is sparing him because he's on the no-kill list of the Americans. President Trump came out and said specifically that the only reason that these people are alive is for us to negotiate with them. President Trump said that. So actually, let me see if I could find President Trump's statement on this. Let me go and see if I could find it. So the Israelis don't kill the people that the Americans tell them not to kill. And Ghalibaf is right now on the no-kill list. Let me see if I could find a post that answers that question. By the way, guys, you like it how detailed, like with the level of detail we go on this stream when it comes to the politics is like unlike nowhere else. Nowhere else. Wait, hold on. There was a post by President Trump. I don't know if I could find it right now. Nope. That's not it. Yeah, President Trump, I just made, nope. It was Lindsey Graham and John Russo to talk about finding our great, nope, not that one. I can't find it right now. The Iranian don't see, oh. There we go, found it. Here, look at this. Here's the answer to your question. President Trump posted this, saying the Iranians don't seem to realize they have no cards other than a short-term extortion of the world by using international waterways. The only reason they are alive today is to negotiate. So he's basically saying if Ghalibaf, if there's no negotiations, we'll just kill you. So that's why Ghalibaf is alive, is to negotiate. I mean, you need somebody. I mean, imagine if you kill Ghalibaf, like, who do you have to convince the Islamic Republic to chill a little bit while you get your, airstrike carrier groups in the region? Like, Ghalibaf is serving a purpose right now. Ghalibaf is dividing the Islamic Republic, so he's serving that purpose. But also, he's the most powerful politician within the Islamic Republic who can somehow get some parts of the IRGC to hold back for the Americans to get their airstrike carrier groups, the two remaining ones in the region. So he serves that purpose. Somebody's saying why Ghani is alive, because he's our boy. Because he's our boy. Okay, hands off Ghani, okay? He's our agent. No, that's not true. You think President Trump renamed the Persian Gulf May 2025? Nope. False. Fake news. That never happened. We got a new member here. Well, thank you for becoming a member. Saying Armin Hexet shared it too. Yeah. That's they shouldn't. Somebody needs to correct them. Okay, let's look at the first pictures. Prime Minister Mohammad Shehbaz Sharif held a meeting with the Iranian delegation led by the Honorable Speaker of the Iranian Consultative Assembly, Mr. Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, at Islamabad. Talks. What are all of these honorary titles here? Okay, so here are the first pictures. Let's look at the Sharif meeting with Ghalibaf. Sharif meeting with Ghalibaf. Sharif. Oh! That is Munir here, the head of the military. Okay, so these are the first pictures. Interesting. And then we gotta, let's see, did we play this clip? We'll find out what's going on. Their military defense. I think we haven't played this one. Let's play this one.
Well, I wish him luck. He's got a big thing. We'll find out what's going on. They're militarily defeated. And now we're going to open up the Gulf with or without him. But that'll be open. We're going to be, or the Strait as they call it. And I think it's going to go pretty quickly. And if it doesn't, we'll be able to finish it off. One way or the other, it's going well. The Navy's gone. The Air Force is gone. All anti-aircraft is gone. The leaders are gone. The whole place is gone. So we'll see how it turns out. So it's JD, it's Steve, and Jared. They have a good team, and they meet tomorrow. We'll see how it all works out. Well, I wish them luck.
Okay, guys, look at this. The Pakistanis, they sent 6 Pakistan Air Force F-16 Fighting Falcon jets escorted U.S. Air Force 2 as it approached landing at Noor Khan Air Base near Islamabad. So these are 6 fighter jets by Pakistan protecting the Americans as they arrive. Okay. And look at this. It's official. Vice President J.D. Vance just became the most senior U.S. official to meet an Iranian delegation face-to-face in 47 years. 9 p.m. in Pakistan, and they just took a dinner break during negotiation. Talks have been going for hours. So I think I played this one already, did I? No.
Are in-person talks. No more note passing around.
Wow, guys, this is big. Are they talking directly, Americans with the Islamic Republic officials directly? If this is true, this is a complete violation of Ali Khamenei's direct orders when he was alive. Ali Khamenei's direct orders when he was alive was that we will never directly talk to the Americans. Never, ever, ever. This is big. Like, I don't know how, if this, we need a picture. Guys, trust me, okay? If we get a picture of Ghalibaf and JD Vance in one frame talking, that would blow up. That would be more devastating to the Islamic Republic than the mother of all bombs dropped anywhere in Iran on the Islamic Republic. That, you guys understand how devastating that would be for Ghalibaf? Somebody take that picture and release it. The pro-regime Iranians would lose their mind. If you want to destroy the Islamic Republic politically from the inside, get JD Vance to talk to Ghalibaf, record that, release it. That would be more devastating to the Islamic Republic than whatever explosion you could think of. Because Ali Khamenei was very, very clear that should never happen. After President Trump killed Qasem Soleimani, they said they would never do that. They would never meet. That's the whole point of note passing and having somebody remember when Witkoff and Jared Kushner in Oman, when they were meeting with Arakchi never saw a video of Arakchi talking to Jared Kushner and Witkoff. They just came and talked to the Omani officials and they left the room, and then the Americans came in because the direct orders of Ali Khamenei is that we never talk to the Americans. So if Ghalibaf met with the Americans and talked to them directly, oh my God, you think the pro-regime Iranians were angry before? They will skin him alive once he gets back to Iran. So watch this. Somebody please record that.
Are in-person talks, no more note passing around.
That's right, Aisha, and the talks have lasted over 2 hours before just a few minutes ago breaking for dinner with Pakistan's prime minister. And Vice President J.D. Vance is now the most senior U.S. official to meet an Iranian delegation face-to-face since the Iranian Revolution in 1979. He is someone the Iranians appear to favor as leading these talks. He spoke about the trip before leaving from Andrews.
By the way, guys, what are the chances that J.D. Vance and Prime Minister Netanyahu had a fake fight? What are the chances? Because remember, there were media reports that J.D. Vance and Prime Minister Netanyahu had a fight. What are the chances that that was a fake fight to get the Islamic Republic to look favorably on J.D. Vance as the person to talk to? Yes, because remember the news that came out, when was it, last week or so, like that JD Vance was so angry with Prime Minister Netanyahu, saying that you lied to us about what we could achieve with this military operation, and you dragged us into this, blah blah blah. And that was like, came out like, oh no, look at this, JD Vance is against these military operations and he's fighting against Netanyahu. And ever since then, the Islamic Republic are like, okay, maybe we'll talk to this guy. So that is like something to keep in mind. That might have been fake news that the Americans put out there on purpose. And what are the chances that all of these negotiations were with the excuse, like other than causing division within the Islamic Republic, other than getting some rest time for the American soldiers, other than restocking the stockpiles of the interceptors, other than getting the Boxer and George H.W. Bush airstrike carrier group waiting for them to get in the region, other than all of these purposes, that all of these reasons why President Trump came out and acted all unhinged so that the Islamic Republic gives into a fake ceasefire so that they could have these fake negotiations to achieve all of the stuff that I mentioned, all of the stuff that I give you in the list. One thing else we could add to that list is maybe, just maybe, is that they know Ghalibaf is willing to sell everyone out. Because remember, guys, Ghalibaf is a sellout. Like he would sell out he might be like deaf to America, but he just does that for his own, pragmatic purposes, to just climb the ladder in his career and become more powerful and have more influence. Like he just does what he needs to do. Like he's more of a self-interested person, rather than he's not doing this for Mahdi. He's not doing this for God. We know, like, he has a history of stealing money from the Islamic Republic itself. So this is a guy that's interested in power and wealth and his own survival, right? And that's somebody that the United States could use. If somebody, Ghalibaf, guys, Ghalibaf if you could guarantee him power and wealth and survival, he's willing to sell out the Islamic Republic. Okay, he's not like one of your diehard Durka, sacrifice my life for the Islamic Republic kind of people. Okay, he's completely self-interested. Right? Yeah, no honor among Durkas. Exactly. He's not like a true believer. So what are the chances that one of the reasons Americans did this is to bring Ghalibaf outside of Iran, to just get him to sell out the Islamic Republic by giving the Americans a lot of information that they need regarding, the missile cities or where some other the IRGC leaders are. And because whether or not this is the case, who thinks that this might be the case? The Islamic Republic thinks that this might be the case, and that's why they sent a whole bunch of people. Like, they basically sent everybody there because the Islamic Republic doesn't want Ghalibaf alone with the Americans in the room. This is why they wanted Zulqadr, the head of the Security Council, the Supreme Security Council, to go with them as well. Because IRGC right now doesn't trust Ghalibaf. They're like, you sneaky mother effer. You want to go save your own behind by going out and talking to Americans. So they just, like, the IRGC wants to make sure that when Ghalibaf goes to Islamabad and meets with the Americans, he's never alone with them. So that they could keep monitoring what he's telling them. But I bet you the Americans are going to try to find a way to talk to Ghalibaf, secretly in some way, like basically deal with him, like pull him in a room or somewhere and see if we could make a deal with him. Because I bet you Ghalibaf wants a way out. Ghalibaf doesn't want to die for the regime. He doesn't want to die for the regime. Ghalibaf is right now, in my mind, what's on Ghalibaf's mind is like, how could I come out of this living and in power? That's what Ghalibaf is thinking. He's just trying to avoid death.
If the Iranians are willing to negotiate in good faith, we're certainly willing to extend the open hand. If they're going to try to play us, then they're going to find that the negotiating team is not that receptive. So we're going to try to have a positive negotiation. The president has gave us some pretty clear guidelines.
And as the official delegation arrived in Islamabad under a Pakistani F-16 fighter escort jet sold to Pakistan by the United States decades ago, the stakes are high for Vice President Vance, the biggest assignment of his career, trying to end the 6-week-old war with Iran. As technical talks have been underway on the future of Iran's nuclear program, there are also questions, just like you asked the president, about opening the Strait of Hormuz. The sizable Iranian delegation that arrived here is led by Parliament Speaker Mohammad Ghalibaf. He is the former mayor.
Ghalibaf? It's Ghalibaf. Mohammad Ghalibaf.
Is led by Parliament Speaker Mohammad.
But Ghalibaf is like somebody who makes carpets.
Galbaf. He is the former mayor of Tehran, a veteran of the Iran-Iraq War in the 80s, and commanded Iran's Air Force. With the theocracy shattered Iran after the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, some think Iran more resembles a military junta right now. And as the talks proceed here in Islamabad, they've been stretching out now, as I mentioned, for over 2 hours. There are some indications they could stretch into a second day, Aisha. That could be a very good sign of a potential deal unfolding. Aisha?
Okay, we'll wait to see if you all have to stay the night in Islamabad. That would be a big sign as well. Lucas, thank you.
Aisha. Oh wait, we have some videos. Governor of the Central Bank of because they sent Hemmeti to Islamabad. Why is Hemmeti there? Iranians in the chat, can you tell me why the hell Hemmeti is there? Look at this. Hemmeti is basically the head of the central bank in the Islamic Republic. So let me read this. Governor of the Central Bank of Iran, Dr. Abdul Nasser Hemmeti, called on Deputy Prime Minister, Foreign Minister, Senator Muhammad Ishaq, what is it? Ishaq Dar today on the sidelines of the Islamabad talks. Both sides emphasized the importance of sustained dialogue and noted that peace and stability in the region remain essential for economic cooperation and shared progress. Like, why is he there? Hemmeti اونجا چیکار میکنی؟ I got a super chat saying Vance will be worried about his campaign in 2028. I mean, Vance has a way out. He could, like, if the military operations go well, he could come out and say, well, I was for it. And if the military operations don't go well, he could be like, well, I was part of the negotiation trying to stop it. So he has a way, either way for the campaign, for the 2028 campaign, he could lean either way. Guys, I don't know if you understand how weird this is. The head of the central bank, they sent him over there for the negotiations. Let me see. Weird. Okay, let's go to the next video. Okay, next pictures. This person is saying, okay, look, a lot of people are highlighting the fact that, oh, look, the Artesh hasn't been touched, like something that we have already told you a long time ago. People are now noticing. Like, people are only saying this now. We have been telling you this for ages. That, look, oh, the heaviest blows are against the IRGC, but not the Artesh. Anyways, let's go over here. This is actually quite interesting. So Al Jazeera is broadcasting for the first time footage of Iranian regime's attacks on civilians in Qatar, along with contradictions in the statements of Iranian regime officials. Let's look at that. These are never before seen. Wait, that missile didn't work properly. Look at this missile here. It just hit the ground, but it didn't explode. Look at it. The missile is right there. It's just hit, like, this is all just from the physical reaction of the metal from the missile hitting the ground. It didn't go boom. Look at this. Yeah, it didn't go boom. Timu missile? Yeah. Oh, wait, let me put your comments. Timu missile. Oh, what is this after? like the missile didn't go off, and then it just sprinkled some, sparks on the side. Hey, like, okay, we didn't have explosions, but here's some sparks on the side, I guess. Make it look pretty. With the what happened? So the missile didn't work, but then they sprinkled like, okay, like do you want some? Oh, look at this. Sparkly on the side, I guess.
في هذا الموقع تم تجميع آثار الصواريخ البالستية والمسيرات التي استهدفت مناطق مختلفة في قطر.
أهلا وسهلا.
الهجمات الإيرانية ضد قطر.
This is, by the way, guys, this is Arabic. I don't know how to translate this.
شملت استهداف منشآت الطاقة بشكل متكرر، ما أثر على عمليات
أهلا وسهلا. مرحبا. دخل خرج.
إنتاج ودفع قطر للطاقة لإعلان حالة القوة القاهرة. توثق هذه اللقطات التي يكشف عنها للمرة الأولى لحظات استهداف مدينة راس لفان الصناعية على دفعتين في 18 و19 من آذار مارس عام 2026. الهجمات نفذت بصواريخ باليستية ومسيرات استهدفت أكثر من مرة عصب قطاع الطاقة في قطر. أحدثت هذه الهجمات أضرارا مباشرة امتدت تداعياتها لتؤثر سلبا على سوق الطاقة والغاز المسال في العالم بأسره.
People are saying speak Arabic. I just did. I said أهلا وسهلا. أهلا وسهلا. مرحبا. Assalamu alaikum. Wa alaikum assalam. What else? جسمة عجيبة قريبة هي دخل هي خرج. Wait, is that Arabic? I don't know. Oh yeah, shukran. I mean, I could recite some Quran verse. Okay, here. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina as-siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta alayhim ghayril maghdubi alayhim. Oh wait. Wala zalin. I think I messed up the last part. Wala. Okay, this is how you do the last part. Wala zalin. Guys, like, you have no idea how many times I lost the mark for this last part of the Fatiha Surah of the Quran because there's 4 different the sounds in Arabic, right? In Persian, we just have one z, just like English, z or z. It makes the sound z, okay? Just one sound. In Arabic, this z, there's 4 different sounds, okay? 4, like depending on where you put your tongue. So because we speak Persian, when we do the first chapter of the Quran, when we get to the end of it, we just say Wala Zalin, and that's like the Quran teacher, like, well, here's 1 mark off because it's not ze, it's Zalin. I don't know how to say it. It's not Wala Zalin, it's Wala Zalin. I don't know how to do it. Yeah. Zalin. You have to, like, I don't know, you have to do this weird thing with your tongue to be able to say it.
هنا في قاعدة الإعداد الجوية الواقعة جنوب غرب الدوحة سمحت لنا.
Oh yeah, guys, let me see if I could understand anything in Arabic that this man is saying. Okay, let's try. Gharb Doha. I know, I get that. He said west of Doha. I got that part.
هنا في قاعدة الإعداد الجوية الواقعة جنوب غرب الدوحة
Garba Doha. That's west of Doha. Okay, so I'm picking some parts. Let's see how much of it I get.
سمحت لنا القوات القطرية خلال الحرب.
Qataria, that's Qatar. No. Wow, so impressive.
سمحت لنا القوات القطرية خلال
قوات القطرية. قوات القطرية. Those are Qatari forces. Guys, are there any Arabs in the chat? قوات القطرية. That's Arab forces. Am I getting that right?
الحرب بالدخول إلى القاعدة.
حرب, war. Harb, that's war. Wow, I remember something from my Arabic lessons back in school in Iran.
هنا في قاعدة الإعداد الجوية الواقعة جنوب غرب الدوحة. سمحت لنا القوات القطرية خلال الحرب بالدخول إلى القاعدة
دخول جسمة عجيبة قريبة هي دخل دخول هي دخل هي خرج. دخول, I know دخول means like entering.
القوات القطرية خلال الحرب بالدخول إلى القاعدة والتصوير فيها لوقت قصير.
تصوير images
والتصوير فيها لوقت قصير.
فيها inside it.
بسبب الظروف الأمنية المعقدة.
أمنيتي security. Oh guys, I أمنيتي security. Oh, somebody saying that's a. I'm not going to read that because Goldie said don't read like swear word. But I think that's an Arabic swear word very common in Afwas. Okay, well I'm not going to read it. Nice try. I'm not going to read it.
المعقدة حيث تعرضت القاعدة خلال أيام الحرب أكثر من
أيام الحرب, days of war. Oh my God, guys, after all, I learned Arabic in school like 20 years ago, and only guys, the Arabic that we only learned how to pass our exams, not how to talk it. But I seem to remember some parts of it.
مرة إلى هجمات إيرانية بالصواريخ والمسيرات. هذا أحد المواقع داخل القاعدة الذي تعرض إلى استهداف بصاروخ باليستي أحدث دمارا كبيرا فيه.
كبيرا فيه, something big. جسمة كبير. هي داخل هي خارج.
هل تنكر أن قاعدة الإعداد الجوية الأمريكية
No, I don't want the English. I don't want this person. I just want the Arabic parts to see if I understand. Okay, here, Arabic. This is very Arabic looking. Oh, it's not playing.
الهجمات على دولة قطر هي بدأت بعد دقائق من الهجوم الأمريكي، بمعنى أنه لم يكن حتى هناك وقت كافي للطرف الإيراني أن يتحقق من أي معلومة كانت، حتى في معلومات الاستهداف. هذه الخطة وضعت
حتى even
مسبقا لاستهداف دولة قطر، وإيران تعلم، والمسؤولين الإيرانيين خاصة على المستوى العسكري
مسؤولين إيراني which means like Iranian officials
يعلمون أن هذه القاعدة وإن كانت تستضيف في جزء منها القوات الصديقة، لكنها أيضا قاعدة قطرية تعمل فيها القوات المسلحة القطرية.
مسلحة armed, something in regards to weapons.
فيها تواجد القوات القطرية.
We have ample.
Okay, no, this is English. Anyways, talk Arabic.
التبرير استهدافهم للمنشآت الحيوية القطرية واستهدافهم للشعب القطري وشعوب المنطقة بشكل عام. ولو كان هذا الكلام صحيحا لكانت الأدلة هذه.
كلام means word, صحيح means correct.
موجودة اليوم على شاشات.
موجود اليوم. Day, يوم is day.
الإعلام وليس فقط ادعاءات بوجود أدلة.
This is the I was gonna say, guys, look, it says وزارة الخارجية. That means foreign minister. And then I realized like actually it says it in English right there. means okay, Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
لا نراها لا على وسائل الإعلام ولا من خلال التواصل الدولي.
رد على هذه النقطة قال لا نريد أن نصعد الأمر مع قطر فهي دولة جارة ولدينا معها علاقات وطيدة.
You know, guys, Arabs they speak with their throat, okay? Like a lot of their sound like غين عين. Okay, like a lot of the voices, a lot of the sounds they make come from right from their throat, like comes from here. There's a lot of and there's a lot of right. So it's I think like most people talk with their tongues and like, you know, the part of their mouth that is closer to the lips. But I think Arabic is just like all the way down here. A lot of the voices come from all the way down here. Am I right? Am I right? No, isn't that the case? Like, I'm not being like offensive or anything. That's just the reality. That, you know, a lot of the sounds comes from here. Wait. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, somebody's saying Armin not great in Arabic vocalizations. Well, it's probably because I'm not an Arab. That would do it. Also, because in Iran, learning Arabic is mandatory, but the way they teach it to you is not very helpful. Like, they don't teach it to you in a way so that you could go to speak Arabic. They teach it to you in a way that you figure out the patterns of how to answer certain questions at your Arabic exam. Because, guys, I aced my Arabic exams in Iran. When I was in Iran, like, I aced my Arabic exams, and even then I couldn't speak a single sentence in Arabic. Can you believe it? Like, you see how stupid the education system is? Like, I got really high marks on my Arabic exams, and even then, right after my exam, if you came and spoke to me in Arabic, I wouldn't know how to respond to you. I wouldn't know how to. I just know how to pass the exam. Oh, Rebecca's saying, Armin, try a Georgian super throat more than Arabic. Okay, well, no, I like to save my throat. Like, isn't it painful to speak in, like, with your throat? You know, they say speaking Arabic, you know, speaking Persian is like you're on heroin, and speaking Arabic is like you're on cocaine. So when you speak Persian, it's like, it's very relaxing. It seems like you're on heroin. And when you speak Arabic, it's like very aggressive. Like, oh my god, right? It's a right. Yeah. Okay, let's go to. You lost me? How did I? Maybe I find Arabic to be very aggressive because I find Islam to be very aggressive, and you know, our Arabic teaching in Iran was with the Quran mostly. It was with Quran verses, and so when you're learning Arabic, is like behead them, kill them, shed their blood, rah! Like, oh my god. Okay. So like maybe the association of the aggressiveness of the Arabic language is because for us it just goes side by side with the Quran. I don't know. Okay. All right, chill. It's okay. Kill the kafirs, like kafirun. Anyways, look at this. So, guys, I wanted to share this with you guys because I find this very interesting. In Iran, I keep telling you that not only the Islamic Republic forget before the 12-Day War, even after the 12-Day War, everybody says that, oh my God, after all that time, they still didn't build a single shelter for the Iranian people to go to in case we had bombings again in, you know, main cities in Iran. But it's actually worse than that. Because not only the Islamic Republic did not build shelters for the Iranian people. I mean, think about it. Let me actually go layer by layer. The Islamic Republic has been saying for 47 years that at one point they're going to wipe out Israel. And they have been preparing for this ultimate battle that one day they're going to have with Israel. And for the past 47 years, they didn't think to themselves, well, maybe we should build shelters for our people, given that that eventual day will come one day. But it gets worse. Then we had the 12-day war. So we saw that actually maybe this is really happening. Like, it's not just slogans. Like, war between the Islamic Republic and Israel is a real thing. And then after the 12-day war, we had months where the Islamic Republic could have thought to themselves, like, okay, maybe we need shelters now that this is actually coming true. But from the 12-day war till now, so forget the 47 years before it, but even from the 12-day war to now, not a single attempt to build a single shelter for the Iranian people to protect them from missiles or anything like that. But it gets worse than that. It gets worse than that. Because shelters, forget shelters. They didn't even install sirens. Not even sirens for the Iranian people. I mean, shelters, you might be like, well, that's expensive. That requires, I don't know, concrete or whatever. But sirens are the cheap, like you could put sirens on. Like, it's so easy to put up sirens for the Iranian people so that when you know that, planes are coming, Israeli planes or American planes, the least you could do is just turn on the siren so that people cover. Find somewhere to hide. Not only they didn't install sirens, they shut down the internet so that Iranian people who were like, well, the Islamic Republic is not going to tell us about the planes coming up, but the Israelis are, because the Israelis warned the Iranian people, like, we're gonna bomb here, we're gonna bomb over there, stay away from there, move over there. So the Iranian people could at least like have their phones and go online, be like, okay, the Islamic Republic is not telling us anything and there's no sirens, but let's at least listen to the Israelis so we could hide whenever we know some place is going to get bombed. We could avoid those places. But the Islamic Republic cuts the internet, so we can't even see what the Israelis are telling us. But now we have an explanation. But now we have an explanation from the Islamic Republic, from the clerics. A pro-Islamic Republic cleric said on state television, this is the Islamic Republic state TV, that air raid sirens have not been installed for military attacks because their sound is more frightening than the explosions themselves. I kid you not. Commenting on measures to protect civilians, because they're getting so much, even in Iran, the regime officials are getting so many criticism. Why don't you even have sirens? Like, guys, we had sirens in Iran. At least when Saddam was bombing Iran, we had sirens during the 8-year wars. But we don't have it now. And this guy is saying, well, because they're scary. We don't want to scare people. He's saying we didn't install. Like, he's actually responding to a lot of criticism from Iranians inside Iran. So he's coming up with an excuse for why they're not putting sirens. They're like, it's scary. We're so scary. They're scarier than the missiles. We don't want your last few seconds of your life to be also like, we don't want to be scared. At least you died peacefully, not knowing that you're about to be hit by a missile. Let's actually listen to them. Let's see what he has to say.
علت فنیش رو من واقعا نمیدونم.
Like, I don't really know the technical reason.
ولی من خودم از اون آژیره بیشتر میترسم.
However, I myself, I'm more afraid of the siren
تا اون انفجاره.
than the explosion.
و
آخه ولی اونور هست تو سر.
But we have but there
هست تو سرزمین‌های اشغالی دیگه.
Oh my God. First of all, he doesn't say Israel. He say, but they have sirens in the occupied lands. So guys, whenever they say occupied lands, that's their word for Israel. They don't refer to Israel as Israel. He says, but so he basically means like, but they have sirens in Israel.
اشغالی دیگه.
اینا سبک زندگیشون این شکلی بوده.
Oh my God, he's saying this is the lifestyle of the Israelis.
که زندگیشون این شکلی.
Okay, so the English translation here is wrong.
Yeah.
اینا سبک زندگیشون این شکلی بوده یعنی
Okay, so actually the host is saying no, not Gaza, guys. These people, okay, guys, a lot of you think that when they say occupied lands, they're not talking about just Gaza and Judea, Samaria. These people consider all of that area to be occupied land. Like Tel Aviv, they consider it to be occupied land. They think all of that should be Palestine. So all of the parts that we call Israel, all of it, they refer to all of it as occupied land. Right? Because from their perspective, there should be no Israel at all. The Israelis should just leave or die, and all of that should be Palestine. So when these people say occupied land, they're referring to the entirety of that area. Okay, so he said, but they have sirens and shelters in Israel.
سبک زندگیشون این شکلی بوده یعنی از ابتدا سبک زندگی اینها این شکلی بوده زمانی که
He's like, okay, those people, meaning the Israelis, this is just their lifestyle from the beginning.
که داشتن تو کلونی های کوچیک زندگی میکردن.
So like these people, they were living in small colonies.
و نمیخواستن کسی پیداشون بکنه.
And these Israelis, these Jews basically living in small colonies, and they didn't want anybody to find them, so they had sirens. So they're used to sirens. He's saying the Israelis are used to sirens, so they're used to it. But we Iranians were not used to it, so it scares us. So it's better for us. It makes sense for them because this is just their lifestyle to have sirens. But we Iranians, we're not used to it. So for us, the sirens are scarier than missiles. So it doesn't make sense for us to have them. Apparently, it doesn't make sense for us. The Israelis have had sirens so much that it's just normal. Guys, imagine somebody around like, okay, guys, these missiles, I can take missiles, okay? But please, not the sirens. Not the sirens. We could drop as many missiles as you want, okay? We could tolerate that. But not the sirens, they just not okay, there's no way to tolerate that. There's absolutely no way to tolerate the sirens. Oh my god. Guys, he's just saying that because he's trying to come up with excuses for why they didn't protect their own people. Oh, wait. No, I don't want to watch that. Do I want to watch that? No. Okay, guys, look at this. Look at the Iran delegation. I mean, the Islamic Republic delegation in Islamabad. This is a good... Okay, Muhammad Baqir Ghalibaf is the... Wait, we should like have a bigger version of this. There we go. That's better. So it says Iran's delegation. So Muhammad Baqir Ghalibaf, parliament speaker and delegation chief. Then we have Abbas Araghchi as the foreign minister. Then we have Ali Akbar Ahmedian, secretary of defense council. Interesting. Let me bring my bingo card. Okay. This guy, I don't know why he's over there. Hemmati. Abdul Nasser Hemmati, governor of the Central Bank of Iran. Why is he over there? This is the weirdest one. And then Qasem Gharibabadi, deputy foreign minister for legal affairs. Ali Bagheri Khani, deputy secretary of Supreme National Security Council. Guys, when you're trying to negotiate with your enemy regarding military operations and trying to get a ceasefire, why would you head the head of the central bank? Why would they do that? Like, makes no sense. Like, are the Americans sending Jerome Powell? You should like, this would be the equivalent to Americans sending the current chair of the Federal Reserve. That would be like that. Weird. Doesn't make any sense. Can somebody make sense of this for me? Doesn't make any sense. We got a super chat saying, from the same people who displayed their drone's noise to show strength. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, maybe these people are very sensitive about noise. You're right, because usually drones, the quieter the drones are, the better they are, because that will make them stealth. But they were saying, like, look at our drones, they make such loud noises, as if that's an advantage. And now that Mullah is saying, like, no, the sirens are so loud, we can't tolerate that. That's scarier than the missiles. Maybe these people are very sensitive about loud noises, and that's why they think that drones having loud noises is an advantage. Maybe that's their weakness. That's their kryptonite. Let me see here. Oh, guys, by the way, did you hear that Mujtaba is there's some new news that Mujtaba is alive, but he's injured. He's injured on his leg or legs, and he's also disfigured. And he's basically, apparently his face is all messed up. I don't know how true that is, but that is a new update that we have. Anyways, apparently we have to see for confirmation. By the way, look at this. Oh my god, this is good news. Look at this. So is this going to be in English? Please be in English. Prime Minister Netanyahu is saying the campaign against Iran is not over. We will have more to do. This, hopefully this is in English. Nope.
איראן עצמה. זאת אומרת, הם רצו לחנוק אותנו, ואנחנו חונקים אותם. הם איימו עלינו בהשמדה, והם עכשיו נלחמים לשרוד. אנחנו הכינו בהם, יש לנו עוד מה לעשות, ואני תכף אפרט את זה. אבל אני רוצה להתחיל דווקא באיראן עצמה. בעיראק, החות'ים בתימן, איראן עצמה. זאת אומרת, הם רצו...
Okay. That was not in English. I just played it for our Israelis in the chat. But look at this. This is I know who this guy is. I could find it. I just want to make sure, because he's like a new person in charge in the aerospace part of the IRGC, but apparently he can't show his face. Let me see what his position is, because this was important. I think he's in aerospace. But this is a big deal. The fact that he's hiding Namayandi Niruya have a Fazoi Sipa. Okay, so he's a representative of the aerospace of the IRGC. And let me play it. No, actually, let me read the explanation. The IRGC Aerospace Force representative appearing on state television program claimed that the armed forces are operating under the supervision of Mujtaba Khamenei, the new leader of the Islamic Republic. He also appeared on television wearing a mask and sunglasses to remain unidentified. Look at this. Let me just play this.
که پاسخ به بعضی از شبهات وظایف نیروهای مسلح قبل از جنگ زیر نظر فرمانده معظم کل قوا رهبر شهیدمون.
Yeah, he basically is saying the same thing. He's saying like everything is being approved by Mujtaba, which is a lie, by the way. But look, Israel in Persian is making fun of him. Like, what courage, what a victory. A terrorist doesn't even dare to show his face on their own television. Guys, this is in Iran. This is in Iran, and it's on state TV. These people are so scared about being the next on the target list that they're trying to hide their identity by wearing sunglasses inside and wearing a mask. Unbelievable. This is so humiliating. By the way, guys, look at this. The Americans, look at this. Copy image address. This is so pathetic. Look, the Americans showed up with American flags as their pins, Pakistan with Pakistan flag, and then Ghalibaf. What the hell is this? What is this Durka nonsense? Oh, with a picture of Khamenei, Ayat Ali Khamenei, and Mujtaba Khamenei. So a lot of Iranians were pointing that out. Oh, we got a super chat. What if someone made AI with Ghalibaf shaking hand with JD Vance and spread it? What will happen? It's easy to identify AI, what's AI and what's not, with like people. There's tools, like it's not easy to identify it with your eyes these days, but there are tools, online tools that will be, well, I mean, there are people who know what to do to figure out if something is AI or not. And then once it comes out that it's AI, then then it's going to backfire. Look, the Islamic Republic is trying to celebrate victory still in the streets. They're doing this every night. So in Iran, they're doing this every night. Seeing videos received by Iran International show that masked armed agents of the Islamic Republic carrying flags and images of Mujtaba Khamenei have launched a street procession and held a victory celebration in the war. And then let's watch this update. This is new. Aisha. This lady's name is Aisha.
Got some breaking news right now. The Strait of Hormuz has been, of course, been a big sticking point in the negotiations with Iran. So right now in Islamabad, talks are underway. And this is a live look of the strait, shows how much traffic is being limited as Iran tries to control the critical choke point there. Moments ago, CENTCOM announced that 2 U.S. Navy-guided missile destroyers conducted operations to begin clearing mines in the strait. That is happening right now. For more, let's bring in former Energy Secretary and former Texas Governor Rick Perry. So I just want to get your initial thoughts on this, that CENTCOM is saying they've sent in 2 Navy destroyers now to set the conditions to clear the mines. What's your observations from that?
Well, this is the type of activity that needs to happen, quietly, thoughtfully, forcefully, imposing, keeping that international waterway over. One of the things that's going on here, Aisha, that's really important for everybody to understand is that the Iranians are trying to change the rules of the game, turn this international water into controlled passage, a zone of controlled passage is the wording they're trying to use. And you can bet China's watching this very closely, because obviously if the Strait of Taiwan even makes this more interesting from the standpoint of future movement of oil, processing, computers, semiconductors, and just overall trade. So absolutely what's going on there in the Strait of Hormuz is incredibly important. It's kind of a test case, though, for what can go on in these other maritime choke points.
Okay, guys, look at this. Look at this. I told you this. Guys, a lot of people would non-Iranians will know this. So by knowing this, you will know much more than other people. Okay, look at this. This is Hajizadeh speaking. This guy who's speaking here, he's Hajizadeh. Okay, so let me show you who Hajizadeh is. I hope he's on our graph. Is Hajizadeh here? Yes. Okay. So, right. So the person who's about to, I'm going to show you who's about to speak. If you go to our bingo card, he is here. Amir Ali Hajizadeh, aerospace commander. He's now dead. And because of this yellow star, you will know that he didn't die in this Operation Epic Fury or Roaring Lions, this new operation. He died in the 12-day war. So he died during the 12-day war. And remember his replacement is Musavi. This guy is very important. So aerospace commander means that they're in charge of the missiles. Okay, so all of the missiles and drones and stuff, these people are in charge of that. Okay, so the video I'm about to show you is him speaking about Ghalibaf. Okay, this is a very important video back from 2017. Okay, so look at the caption. Caption says Amir Ali Hajizadeh, the then commander of IRGC Aerospace Force in September 23, 2017. He said the person who caused the missile program to expand to this extent, and today we have a missile base in every city, country, and province, every city, county, and province, is Dr. Ghalibaf. So listen to this. And this is Ghalibaf listening to him and enjoying the praise. It's like the person who caused the missile program to expand to this extent
باعث شد موشکی تا این حد گسترش پیدا بکنه و نام
and whose name was never mentioned anywhere
اون هیچ جا برده نشد و همچنان
and who still remains anonymous.
گمنامه و امروز با
But today we are at liberty to mention him. It is Dr. Ghalibaf.
آزادی عمل ما دیگه میتونیم اون رو مطرح بکنیم. آقای دکتر غالیبافه. دوره‌ای که ایشون فرمان
during the period when he was our commander,
مانده ما بودن باعث شد
he ensured that a foundation was laid
که بنیانی گذاشته بشه تا امروز
so that today we have a base in every city, town, and province.
در هر شهر و شهرستان و استان یک پایگاه داشته باشه.
So he was praising him. Hajizadeh, before he died, he said that. So, guys, this is why I'm saying Ghalibaf knows things. Ghalibaf is behind the person, according to Amir Ali Hajizadeh, this guy, the head of the aerospace before he died. Ghalibaf is the mind behind all of the missile towns, the missile cities, the under the mountain missile cities, all of this. So all of the problems that we're having right now is because of what is this? Guys, do you see the smiley faces? Did somebody add that? Guys, are you seeing what I'm seeing? Oh my God, it's not part of the edit. It's the real thing. Guys, look, did you notice this? What are these smiley faces? What the hell is that? That is so weird. I've never noticed that. Guys, this is not an edit to the video. This is actually the image on the podium. Look at it. It's here as well. Look at this. It's the same smiley faces. That is so creepy. Why would a military commander? What the hell is that? This, guys, I've seen this video many times. This is the first time I'm noticing this. It's like, is that a birthday cake? Is it someone's birthday? That's a birthday cake, isn't it? With some candles and these smiley faces. That is. No, but some people are saying. Oh, I have to go to the discussion. People are saying, is that edited? No, it's not. Because, guys, look at this. If you go over here, you can see it's there. It's the same smiley faces. What is this? Is these emoji like smiley faces? What the hell? Is it someone's birthday? That's a birthday cake.
کسی
Oh my god. So professional. Why is this there? Oh my god. Oh my god. This is so weird. What is happening? You have one of the most guys. This guy is one of the highest was one of the highest officials of IRGC. Like this guy was supposed to be the Qasem Soleimani. Like after Qasem Soleimani was killed, the Islamic Republic was trying to make him the face of the IRGC as a charismatic person that represents the force that is the Islamic Republic and IRGC. And this is the image that you have. I'm so dead. Yeah, dead. But why? Yeah, exactly. I was saying, I don't know, but why? You know what they should have put here? They should have put minions there. Minions instead of these smiley faces. What a joke. What a joke. Unbelievable. Oh my god. So crazy. All right. So embarrassing that these are the people who are ruling over our country. Legos, yeah, no minions. But you guys say Legos, but this whole Lego obsession is new. This whole Lego obsession by the pro regime, like propaganda videos, that's a new thing. I think in 2017, minions were the thing, you know. Tonight we split the moon. Okay, we steal the moon, I thought. Yeah, split to make it more Islamic, I guess. You're right. My God. Somebody's saying Armin is slowly discovering God. My God is Iran. I've already discovered it. Okay, Samme Emruz. Today's poison. Let's see. I haven't watched this video. Let me watch it in Persian and see if it's worthy of a translation.
Nosotros, las mujeres resistentes iraníes, permaneceremos en las calles hasta la victoria final.
We, the resilient women of Iran, will remain in.
Okay, I was like, let me translate these for you guys, and then she started speaking Spanish. So I have no what the hell? Okay, so I'm guessing whatever she said in Spanish is the same thing that she's gonna say in English.
Nosotros, las mujeres resistentes iraníes, permaneceremos en las calles hasta la victoria final.
We, the resilient women of Iran, will remain in the street until the final victory.
ما زنان مقاوم ایرانی تا پیروزی نهایی در خیابانها خواهیم ماند.
우리 이란 여성들은 끝까지 버티면서 승리할 때까지 거리에.
Wait, what's that? Is that Japanese? What is this last one?
در خیابانها خواهیم ماند.
우리 이란 여성들은 끝까지 버티면서 승리할 때까지 거리에서 있을 것이다.
Oh, Korean? That's Korean? Okay. So this lady speaks Spanish. This other lady, she speaks English and Korean. Was her Spanish good? Was this first lady Spanish good? Listen to it again.
Nosotros, las mujeres resistentes iraníes, permaneceremos en las calles.
Somebody call ICE.
Permaneceremos en las calles hasta la victoria final.
This is Iran's, the Islamic Republic's version of Dora the Explorer. Durka the Explorer.
Permaneceremos en las calles hasta la victoria final.
We, the resilient women of Iran, will remain in the streets until the final victory.
ما زنان مقاوم ایرانی تا پیروزی نهایی در خیابانها خواهیم ماند.
우리 이란 여성들은 끝까지 버티면서 승리할 때까지 거리에서 있을 것이다.
Okay. I think they're trying to impress us. Guys, I mean, I believe them. They said it in 4 languages. They said they're going to keep fighting until they're victorious. I wouldn't have believed it. But given that it's in 4 languages, I mean, it's supposed to impress us. So I guess we believe them now. I wouldn't have believed it if it was in 1 language. If it was in 2 languages, I would be like, maybe. If it was in 3 languages, I would be like, I'm really considering this now. But if it's in 4 languages, then it must be true. That's how it works. If it's in 4 languages, then we know that they're telling the truth. That's how it works, right? Wow. Okay. All right, guys. Let me actually put the link to the discussion group in the chat because I'm going to go to the discussion group. So let me pin. Well, I don't need to pin it because I'm about to go. Guys, first of all, make sure you subscribe to Atheist Republic if you're on Goldie's channel. And subscribe to my channel as well. Soon we're going to rename the Atheist Republic. So here's the channel. A lot of you are sensitive little snowflakes and you don't like the word atheist. So we're going to do a rebranding for you guys. I mean, I'm joking. The main reason is because we're focusing on politics from now on. So we need to have a name that reflects politics instead of atheism, because I'm focusing mostly on Islam, communism, woke left, woke right. I'm fighting these 3 to 4 poisons: woke left, woke right, communism, and Islam. So that means that the content of the Atheist Republic channel is going to be more politics. And that's why calling it the Atheist Republic might make some people think that the channel is about something else. Right? Now, people are saying secular republic, but again, that wouldn't reflect what the channel is about. Guys, I'm going to put the link to the channel in Goldie's channel as well, in case you guys want to come subscribe. So the name is going to reflect the focus that we're going to be having on politics, right? Probably something with the word liberty in it, given that the reason I'm fighting these 4 enemies, Islam, communism, woke left, and woke right. Woke right is kind of like Nick Fuentes type of right-leaning content, right? The reason why I'm fighting these 4 is because I consider these 4 to be the enemies of liberty. So we're fighting against these four forces because we're fighting for liberty. And even though I'm an atheist, I don't consider other religions to be a threat to liberty. Okay, I consider Islam to be a threat to liberty. I disagree with people from other religions, but I don't consider them to be a threat. I consider these four to be a threat to liberty. Right? So I think the name needs to have the word liberty in it because that's what we're fighting for. Oh, there's somebody saying Liberty Republic of Mr. Navobi. Okay. Yes. No, the word liberal. I'm not gonna go with the word liberal. So Neilman is saying, Armin, I would like to take back the word liberal, but once, I mean, if you manage to do that, then we could use the word liberal. But as of right now, if we call it anything liberal, people think that we are like, progressives or something like that. But people don't have that negative. Unfortunately, the word liberal has now many people consider that to mean left leaning, so we can't use the word liberal. But the word liberty doesn't have that association, so we're gonna go with the word liberty. Yeah, but this is why people say classical liberal values, so that they don't get mixed with the leftists with the word liberal. But I have a name in mind, and I mean, the name that I wanted is a name that YouTube doesn't allow. So I have to add something at the very end of it to make it work. But I will change the name, and you guys could tell me what you think. Again, I'll put the link again in the chat. Come and subscribe here. And I think but that name will help the channel grow faster. That name will help the channel grow faster. All right. But other than that, you guys should also come and join our discussion group, which I'm going to go to right now. Oh, I'm already late. Guys, I'm going to go. I'm late for my discussion group. Okay. So I'm going to put the link now in the chat and come talk to me there. Right? So here's the link to the discussion group. I'm going to go there, talk to the people there. Guys, check it out. It's a pretty cool group. Here, if you come into the group, this is the group. I mean, the link is to the About page. But once you go through after the About page, if you come here, it says Start Here. You could figure out what to do by reading this first post over here. Like all the information is here on how to join our discussion group. Okay, you can just click on the link up here. That will get you right into the discussion that we're having right now. Okay, so again, check the calendar for different days and different availabilities for different type of people. And I'm going to go there and talk to our community there, and I'll hope to see you guys there as well. Okay? All right, guys. This was fun. See you guys same time tomorrow. I'm Israel Chai. Long live America. Javid Shah. Payende Iran. And praise be to Allah. Guys, Trump, because Trump, I'm sorry, but because President Trump said it today, I'm sorry, but not sorry. I'm sorry, but not sorry. Because President Trump brought it back today, I just brought it back, okay? Just for today. Praise be to Allah. I'm not going to do this every day, but today we're going to do it, okay? Only because of President Trump, okay? Only because of President Trump, okay? All right, guys. See you guys tomorrow. Bye.